Hello everyone, and welcome to Gentle Night Stories. I'm truly glad you're here. This space is completely ad-free, so nothing will interrupt your rest. If you feel comfortable, share in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Knowing we're together from different parts of the world makes this moment feel calm and connected. Now, gently dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for its soft hum, get comfortable, and let the day slowly fade away. Let's begin our evening together. Some memories don't arrive loudly. They drift back softly, like rain against glass late at night. This is one of those memories. Quiet, distant, and still watching. Back in the spring of 1999, my world was very small. I was just a child then, living temporarily with my mother in a modest house near 6th Street in Beloit, Wisconsin. It was the kind of neighborhood that felt gentle during the day and strangely intimate at night, where every sound seemed closer once the sun went down. Cars passed rarely, and when they did, their tires whispered over the pavement before fading away. The house belonged to a family friend. It wasn't old enough to feel haunted, but it carried the calm weight of familiarity. Thin walls, soft carpets, and windows that reflected the inside of the room after dark. My father worked nearby at Beloit Body Fender, and during those weeks, life felt settled in a quiet, temporary way. One evening, my cousin Crystal was watching me and a few other kids. The living room had become our little universe. Toys were scattered across the floor, colors dulled by the low light of the television. Cartoons murmured softly, their cheerful tones muffled by the steady sound of rain outside. The rain was heavy that night. Not a storm exactly, just a constant, soaking downpour. It tapped against the windows, slid down the glass in slow, winding trails, and filled the air with that deep, steady sound that makes everything else feel far away. The world beyond the house felt sealed off, wrapped in darkness and water. There was a window beside the television, facing the side of the house. No porch light, no street lamp. Just a rectangle of black glass reflecting the room behind us. From where I sat, it looked less like a window and more like an opening into nothing at all. I don't know why I looked at it. There was no noise, no movement to draw my attention. Just a sudden quiet urge, like a thought that wasn't entirely my own. I turned my head, still half focused on the TV, and let my eyes rest on the darkness beyond the glass. That was when the lighter flicked on. It was instant. A small, sharp flame blooming out of the dark, bright and unmistakable. It hovered just outside the window, close enough that its glow reflected faintly against the glass. There was no hand holding it, no face behind it, no shape at all, just the brief, deliberate light, alive for a heartbeat before it vanished. The room felt colder immediately, as if the rain had found a way inside. My chest tightened, and before I could think, I scrambled onto the couch, pressing myself back against the cushions. My heart thudded loudly in my ears, fast and uneven, like it was trying to escape. Crystal noticed right away. She asked what was wrong, her voice calm, almost amused. I tried to explain, but the words tangled together. All I could say was that someone was outside. She stood up, walked over, and pulled the curtain aside. She looked for a moment, then smiled and laughed softly. There was nothing there. Just rain. Just darkness. She told me I must have imagined it. I didn't argue. I didn't look again either. The rest of the night passed quietly. The rain kept falling. The television kept glowing. But I stayed close to the couch, listening, watching reflections instead of the window itself. Nothing else happened. No sounds. No lights. No footsteps in the wet grass. Years have passed since then, and I've carried that moment with me in a very quiet way. I still don't know what I saw. Maybe someone had been standing outside, shielding themselves from the rain for just a second. Maybe it was nothing more than coincidence and childhood imagination. But even now, when I think back, what unsettles me isn't fear. It's intention. That flame didn't flare wildly. It didn't move. It didn't linger. It appeared exactly once, exactly where I was looking, and then it was gone, leaving me with a sense that something, somewhere in the dark, knew it had been seen. And as the rain continues to fall softly outside, we'll let that memory rest, making space for the next story to drift in, just as quietly, from the shadows beyond. Some nights don't announce themselves with sound. They arrive quietly, like a held breath in a dark room. This is one of those nights. The kind you listen to rather than hear. I've always slept with my bedroom door closed. Not out of fear, not because of anything dramatic. Just habit. Ever since I was a kid, that gentle click of the latch meant the world was settled for the night. The room felt smaller, calmer, contained. With the door shut, the house seemed to fall asleep with me. The house itself was old, but not the creaky, complaining kind. It had learned to be quiet with age. The walls held warmth, the floors barely whispered, and at night there was a comforting stillness that wrapped around everything. My bedroom sat at the end of the hallway, far from the living room, far from the front door, tucked away like a thought you keep to yourself. That first night, when I noticed the door was open, it barely registered as important. I woke briefly, half dreaming, and saw the thin slice of hallway light cutting across the carpet. I remember thinking I must not have closed it properly. These things happen. Sleep makes you careless. I got up, nudged the door shut, listened for the latch, and returned to bed without another thought. The quiet returned immediately. The kind of quiet that feels thick, like soft fabric laid over the room. I fell asleep again quickly. The second time I woke up, it was different. There was no noise to pull me out of sleep. No dream fading away. Just that subtle awareness that something had changed. The room felt slightly rearranged. My eyes adjusted, and there it was again. The door opened just a few inches. Not wide. Not inviting. Just enough. I sat there for a moment, still wrapped in my blanket, trying to understand why it bothered me more this time. The hallway beyond was dim, not dark enough to hide, not bright enough to reveal anything. It felt unfinished somehow. I told myself the house must be settling. Air pressure, old hinges, harmless explanations stacked neatly in my mind. I closed the door again, firmer this time. I waited for the click. I even pressed gently on the handle afterward, just to be sure. Everything felt secure. I stood there for a few seconds longer than necessary. Listening to the silence proved me right. Nothing happened. The third night followed a pattern I didn't realize I was learning yet. Same hour, same feeling, same slow return to consciousness. And when my eyes opened, the door was wider than before, enough to see the shape of the opposite wall, enough to feel the hallway's presence. Still, there was no fear. Not yet. Just curiosity and a quiet note of confusion. I closed it again, carefully, and stood with my hand resting on the knob. The house felt empty, peaceful. Too peaceful, perhaps, but I didn't have words for that yet. After that, I started paying attention. Each night, the door seemed to advance by small, deliberate amounts. Never sudden, never careless. Just a gradual change, like the slow movement of a shadow as the sun crosses the sky. It felt measured, thoughtful. That was when I decided to lock it. The first night I turned the lock, there was a sense of relief. A clean solution. A boundary. When I woke later, the door was still closed, but the handle had dipped slightly, as if someone had tested it. Not enough to force it. Just enough to leave a quiet signature. That was the moment my sleep changed. I began waking more often, floating just beneath consciousness, listening for something that never came. The house stayed silent. The air stayed still. There were no footsteps, no whispers, no sounds that could be named. Just the slow passage of night. I added a chair beneath the handle the next evening. It felt excessive, even silly, but it helped me relax. When I woke, the chair lay gently on its side, as though placed there. The door remained closed. The lock had been turned. I remember sitting on the bed afterward, wrapped in the pale glow of early morning, feeling more tired than frightened. Whatever was happening wasn't loud. It wasn't aggressive. It didn't rush. It waited, and waiting somehow felt worse. Nothing ever crossed the threshold. Nothing entered the room. The space remained mine, but the doorway felt shared. The last night I closed the door, I woke and found it open far enough to see all the way down the hallway into the living room beyond. The shapes of furniture rested quietly in the distance. The house looked peaceful, normal, almost welcoming. I didn't move. I watched. After a few seconds, the door shifted, not opening further, not closing, but adjusting. A careful correction. as if whoever was there understood I was awake now. There was no panic, no racing heart, just a deep, heavy stillness settling over everything. I sleep with the lights on now. The soft glow fills the corners of the room and smooths out the shadows. And I don't close the door anymore. The hallway seems calmer this way. And as the house settles once more into its quiet rhythm, we'll let this moment fade gently, making room for the next story, drifting in softly, just beyond the dark. When I was around 10 years old, my days followed a simple, gentle routine. Every morning, my mother would take me to school on her scooter. The air was usually cool, the streets still waking up, shops half open, and the world felt slow and manageable. I remember sitting behind her, holding on lightly, my school bag resting against my back, my mind drifting toward small things, homework, friends, nothing important. There was one part of the journey that always required patience. A wide, busy road separated our neighborhood from the quieter road that led directly to my school. It was louder there. The sound of engines layered over each other, horns calling out, the smell of dust and fuel hanging in the air. Even as a child, I knew that crossing that road meant stopping, waiting, watching. That morning felt no different from any other. As we reached the edge of the road, my mother slowed down and spoke in a calm, familiar voice. She said we should wait. The traffic was heavy, flowing steadily, and it made sense to pause. I remember standing there, feeling the warmth of the morning sun, listening to the hum of the city moving around us. Then a police officer nearby noticed us. He stepped forward and raised his hand, signaling the vehicles to stop. His gesture was confident, practiced, as if this was something he did every day. He motioned for us to go ahead. My mother hesitated for only a moment before guiding us forward, trusting the signal, trusting the pause in traffic. We began crossing. Halfway through the road, the world felt strangely quiet to me. Not silent, but softened, as if my attention had narrowed without me realizing it. I remember the ground beneath my feet, the faint vibration of distant engines, the sense of movement all around, but not directed at me. And then something changed. A motorcycle appeared suddenly, breaking through the stopped flow of traffic. It didn't slow down. It didn't pause. It moved as if the signal had never existed at all. The sound of it cut through everything else, sharp and close, closer than it should have been. I was about to take another step forward. And then I didn't. I stopped. To this day, I cannot say why. I don't remember seeing the bike before I froze. I don't remember fear rushing in, or a clear thought forming in my mind. I only remember that my body did not move when it was supposed to. The space in front of me remained empty because I did not step into it. The motorcycle passed so close that it felt unreal, missing me by what could not have been more than a foot. A breath. A blink. Then it was gone, disappearing down the road as quickly as it had arrived. Everything resumed its normal pace almost immediately. The officer shouted something. My mother pulled me closer. People moved again. Sound filled the air. The crossing was finished. We were on the other side. I don't remember crying. I don't remember shaking. At that age, I didn't fully understand what had almost happened. The moment felt confusing rather than frightening, like a puzzle missing too many pieces. I went to school. I sat in class. I lived the rest of the day as if nothing unusual had occurred. But time has a way of changing how memories feel. Some memories don't arrive with noise. They come quietly, like a door left slightly open in the mind. Even years later, they wait patiently, unchanged, until one calm moment reminds you they were always there. I was barely past high school when my understanding of mornings changed forever. The house was still, the kind of stillness that feels heavier than silence. Sunlight filtered through familiar windows, touching furniture that had been there my whole life. Everything looked the same, and yet something felt quietly wrong. I walked toward the living room without any sense of urgency. There was no fear yet, only routine, only habit. And then, in a moment that refuses to fade with time, I found my father lying there, unmoving, as if the room itself had stopped breathing. I tried to help him. My hands moved before my thoughts could catch up. But some moments do not wait for understanding. By the time reality settled in, it was already too late. After that morning, sleep became unreliable. Not dangerous, just untrustworthy. Each night, my mind gently returned me to the same path, the same hallway, the same knowing feeling that waited just before the living room came into view. In those dreams, I always realized what I was about to see, and before I reached it, I would begin to scream, not from surprise, but from certainty. I would wake up still screaming, my body convinced the past was happening again. For nearly a year, I tried to outrun sleep. Days blurred together as I stayed awake longer than anyone should. Exhaustion became familiar, almost comforting, because it meant I might not dream. Then one afternoon, without warning, my mind finally stopped running. I don't remember much of what happened on the outside, but I know that inside I was trapped in that same morning, repeating it, rewinding it, stopping just short of the living room again and again. Each time, my body reacted before I could think, releasing that same sound of terror. Eventually, I did something different. I let myself walk all the way in. I saw him. I stayed. And when it ended, the dreams stopped coming. Years later, life took me far from home. I joined the army and found myself surrounded by unfamiliar skies and long stretches of road that disappeared into dust and heat. Even there, routine tried to convince me everything was manageable. One day, while leading a convoy, A small figure appeared far ahead on the road. Time slowed, not dramatically, but quietly. I remember freezing, caught between instruction and instinct, between fear and responsibility. The moment passed quickly in real life, too quickly to fully process. But that night, when I finally slept, my mind returned to the road. In the dream, the outcome was different. He didn't move away. And afterward, when I stepped down from the vehicle, a familiar dread settled into my chest. It was then that something gently contradicted what I believed. I told myself this was a new dream, a different place, a different memory. But as I walked around the vehicle, I realized some fears don't belong to one moment alone. What waited there wasn't the road, or the desert, or the present at all. It was the same living room, the same stillness, the same impossible quiet. I woke up moving, running before I knew where I was. My body remembered before my mind could catch up. By the time I stopped, I was surrounded by unfamiliar walls, safe but shaken. That was the last time the nightmares returned in that way. They didn't vanish so much as retreat, settling somewhere deeper, quieter. I learned that the mind doesn't always forget, but sometimes it learns where to place things. Even now, I carry a careful awareness of my own thoughts. Not fear, just respect. Because some memories are powerful not because they are loud, but because they are patient. And as the night grows calmer and the world softens around you, it's comforting to remember this. Even the heaviest memories can eventually learn to rest. So take a slow breath. Let the quiet settle back in. And as this story drifts gently away, another will soon take its place. Softly, slowly, and just as calmly as sleep itself. Some nights blur gently into sleep, while others pause at the edge of waking, hovering just long enough to leave a quiet mark. This is one of those nights, softly remembered, never raised in voice. I live in an old house, the kind that carries history in its walls and settles with small, familiar sounds after dark. It's large, a little uneven, and shared with 5 Navy guys. Steady, loud during the day, reassuring in their presence. My room, though, sits apart from the rest of the house, tucked into a converted garage across the yard. It's always felt private, peaceful, almost like its own small world. That night was calm and unremarkable. The neighborhood was quiet, the air still. I went to bed the way I always did, my dog curled up nearby, the room dim and comfortable. Nothing felt out of place. Nothing asked for attention. Sleep came easily. At first, the sound slipped into my dream. A faint rattling, repetitive, distant, as though it belonged to something else entirely. I drifted in and out, half aware, unsure whether the noise was real or imagined. My body felt heavy, slow, anchored to the bed. The kind of heaviness that makes waking feel optional. The sound didn't fade. I opened my eyes. The room was the same as always, dark, familiar, still. But the noise continued, closer now, persistent. I turned my head slightly, and that's when I saw it. The door. Only a few feet from the end of my bed. The handle was moving, gently at first, then with more intention. Not frantic, just steady, curious. For a moment, I tried to tell myself it was nothing. That was when I realized I was fully awake. My dog, who never stirred at night, was sitting upright, silent, staring directly at the door. His stillness felt louder than the sound itself. The room seemed to hold its breath. I remembered then that I had locked the door, deadbolted, a habit I'd only started recently. At the time, it had felt almost unnecessary. The neighborhood was quiet, safe, or so I'd thought. The rattling continued. A soft light spilled faintly through the top of my closet window. The motion sensor outside had been triggered. Someone was close enough to set it off, close enough to cast a presence without ever being seen. My blinds were drawn, the world outside reduced to suggestion and shadow. I stayed very still. I remember clutching the only thing within reach, a small metal flashlight. Not as a weapon, really. More as an anchor. Something solid to hold on to. I curled inward, slow and silent, listening to my own breath and trying to make it quieter. Time stretched thin. Then, just as gently as it had begun, the sound stopped. No footsteps, no voices, just absence. I waited longer than felt reasonable before moving. My body felt lighter now, unsteady. I slipped into the closet, climbed onto the small bench beneath the window, and carefully looked out. The yard was empty. The light outside clicked off, returning everything to darkness. Whatever had been there wasn't anymore. I sat back on the bed and tried to think calmly. There were 5 other people in the house. Friends. Familiar voices. They sometimes came home late, laughing, careless, a little uncoordinated. The time fit. It was easy, almost comforting, to believe it had been nothing more than confusion. Someone at the wrong door. A mistake. I sent a message. Casual. Like, carefully unalarmed. The reply came quickly, but not in words. I heard the back door of the main house open. Footsteps. Movement. Familiar voices calling softly to one another. When I opened my door and ran inside with my dog, the relief felt warm and grounding, like stepping back into gravity. They searched quietly, watched the windows, stayed awake with me. By morning, there was little evidence left behind. Just a few ordinary items in the yard, things that didn't belong but didn't explain themselves either. Enough to confirm that someone had been there, but not enough to tell us why. Nothing else happened after that. Life returned to normal, slowly and carefully. It took time before I slept in that room again, before the space felt entirely mine. but eventually it did. The fear softened into memory, and the memory into something quieter. Sometimes I think about how close dreams and waking can feel to one another. How easily we explain away small warnings. And how occasionally something nudges us awake just long enough to be remembered. And as that thought settles, gently fading, it leaves room for the next story. Another calm voice. Another quiet night, waiting patiently to be told. Some nights settle gently, like a blanket drawn too slowly to notice. Others linger in the memory, not because of what happened, but because of what almost did. This is one of those nights that never truly leaves you. I was very young then, barely old enough to understand fear, but old enough to remember how it feels when the world suddenly grows too quiet. It was the late 80s, maybe the early 90s, in a small Texas town where winter evenings arrived early and without ceremony. The air outside was cold and dry, and once the sun disappeared, darkness felt complete, thick, endless, and close. That night, my parents were gone, and my older sister was watching me. She was a teenager, steady and calm in the way older siblings often seem when you're small. We spent the evening together in the common room, the only place in the house with a television. The glow from the screen painted the walls in shifting shades of blue and gray, while the rest of the house rested quietly behind us. The program we watched was one of those long, serious news stories. Slow voices, careful words, and unsettling details. It spoke about a quiet man, someone ordinary, someone no one had worried about, until they should have. I didn't fully understand the story, but I remember the tone, the heaviness, the way the adults on the screen spoke as if danger could exist anywhere. Behind us, a wall of tall windows faced the backyard. Beyond the glass was nothing but darkness, the kind that reflects your own shape back at you if you look too long. The front door sat on the opposite side of the room, solid, unmoving, familiar. At the time, it felt like a barrier, something reliable. For a while, everything stayed peaceful. Then the front door thundered. The sound came without warning, sharp, heavy, and sudden. 3 loud strikes, echoing through the house as if the door itself had flinched. We screamed together, instinctively, the kind of sound that comes from surprise rather than thought. And then, silence. No footsteps, no voices, just the television continuing to speak calmly, as if nothing unusual had happened. We waited. We listened. My heart felt too big for my chest. After a moment, reason tried to settle us. Strong winds were common. The porch held furniture, planters, things that could knock against the door. Slowly, our breathing steadied. The house returned to stillness, though it felt thinner now, like a place pretending to be calm. And then we heard it. The storm door closed. Not slammed. Not rushed. Just the soft, unmistakable sound of it settling back into place. That was when something shifted. Quietly. Permanently. My sister reached forward and turned off the television. The dial clicked with a dull, final sound, and the room fell into near darkness. Only the kitchen light down the hallway offered any glow, stretching faint shadows across the floor. We sat frozen, the silence pressing in around us. Every second felt measured. Every breath sounded too loud. I remember glancing at the front door again and again, waiting for it to move, to speak, to explain itself. That's when I turned toward the windows. The backyard door was there, glass, dark, reflective. And then I heard it. A gentle movement. The quiet twist of a handle. The door didn't open. It was locked. But the sound lingered, careful and testing, as though someone were simply checking. Curious, patient, unhurried. For a moment, nothing else happened. And in that pause, a realization formed, soft and terrifying in its calmness. This wasn't the wind. The door began to shake. Not violently at first, just enough to ripple the reflections in the glass. My own faint image blurred, then sharpened, then blurred again. The sound grew stronger, firmer, deliberate, but still quiet enough to feel controlled. The entire wall seemed to breathe with each movement. My sister screamed. The spell broke. She grabbed me and pulled me down the hallway, her strength sudden and fierce. We shut ourselves into her room, barricading the door with anything we could move. The phone was heavy and awkward in her hands as she tried to remember what to do. Her voice trembled as she spoke to whoever answered, words tumbling out in broken urgency. I stayed on the floor, wrapped into myself, shaking in a way I couldn't stop. We didn't hear anything else after that. Eventually, headlights washed over the walls outside. Familiar voices followed. The house filled with movement, with light, with reassurance. The doors stood where they always had. The locks were still in place. Only a few faint marks near the back door hinted that someone had been there. No explanation ever came. No clear answers. Just questions that faded into quiet acceptance. Years have passed since that winter night. The house is long behind me now, but the lesson remains. Doors are always locked. Silence is never ignored. And sometimes, the most unsettling moments aren't the ones filled with chaos, but the ones that arrive gently, testing boundaries, waiting to see if they'll be noticed. And as this memory settles back into the dark, it drifts softly aside, making space for the next quiet story, the next slow breath, the next moment waiting patiently in the night. Late at night, even familiar rooms can feel slightly unfamiliar. Sounds seem softer, shadows feel deeper, and time moves more slowly. This is a story about a doorbell ringing after dark, and something waiting quietly on the other side. A few years ago, I found myself alone in my house on an otherwise ordinary night. The kind of night where the outside world feels distant, wrapped in darkness, while the glow of the television fills the living room with gentle, shifting light. The air was calm. No wind. No rain. Just silence, occasionally broken by the soft murmur of whatever show I had on. Being alone never bothered me much, but nighttime has a way of sharpening awareness. Every sound carries weight. Every pause feels longer than it should. I was settled into the couch, relaxed but alert, when the doorbell rang. The sound was clear, close, unexpected. I muted the television and sat still for a moment, listening. The house seemed to hold its breath with me. When you're home alone, especially after dark, you don't rush to the door. You listen first. You let the quiet settle. You decide whether the moment feels safe. Slowly, carefully, I stood and moved toward the front door. I didn't turn on the porch light. I never do. Light gives away presence, and I wasn't ready for whoever stood outside to know I was there. The hallway felt longer than usual as I approached, my footsteps soft against the floor. I leaned forward and looked through the peephole. At first, it was difficult to make sense of what I was seeing. Outside was dark, deep, featureless darkness. But within it, there was something denser, a shape, not sharp or clear, more like a small silhouette, standing close to the door. It seemed short, no taller than a few feet, its edges indistinct, as if the darkness itself had gathered into a form. And then it moved. The movement was slow, almost gentle. The shape dipped slightly, then rose again. Its sides lifted outward and lowered, rhythmically, like arms moving through water. It reminded me of a quiet dance, unhurried, deliberate, almost graceful. There was no sound, no knocking, just this calm, repetitive motion. I felt my breath slow as I watched. Not fear exactly, more confusion. My mind tried to supply explanations, but none settled comfortably. It wasn't anyone I recognized. It didn't move like someone impatient or lost. It moved as though it had all the time in the world. After a few seconds, I pulled away from the door. I told myself to breathe, to relax, to remember that darkness plays tricks on perception. Maybe it was a shadow, maybe a trick of the glass, maybe someone's child playing a strange game. Still, the image lingered. After gathering what courage I could, I leaned forward once more and looked through the peephole again. There was nothing there. The porch stood empty. No movement, no shape. Just the quiet night and the familiar outline of my front step. The darkness looked ordinary again, as though it had never held anything unusual at all. I waited. I listened. The doorbell didn't ring again. Eventually, I returned to the couch and turned the television back on, though I barely paid attention to it. My thoughts stayed with the door, with the way the shape had moved, with how calm it had seemed, not threatening, not urgent, just present. The unsettling part came later, quietly, when I realized something I hadn't considered before. Whatever had been outside hadn't seemed surprised that no one answered. It hadn't knocked. It hadn't lingered loudly. It had simply been there, and then it wasn't. Years have passed since that night, and nothing like it has happened again. The house has remained quiet. The doorbell still rings sometimes, and it always sounds the same. Life went on, as it usually does. But every so often, when the night is especially still, I remember that small, moving shadow. And I wonder, not what it wanted, but whether it was ever meant to be seen at all. And as the darkness settles once more, and the world grows soft and distant, this story fades gently into silence, making room for the next quiet moment, the next soft mystery, waiting patiently just beyond the light. The house was old, but not in a frightening way. The kind of old that smelled faintly of dust and sun-warmed wood. Its floors creaked softly, like they were stretching after a long sleep, and the windows hummed when the wind passed through them. On our first afternoon there, light filtered in through thin curtains, turning the air golden and calm. I volunteered to explore the attic while my friends unpacked downstairs. The attic was quiet, filled with boxes left behind by people we would never meet. Cobwebs clung gently to the corners, undisturbed for years. It felt peaceful up there, like time had slowed. That's when I found the parchment. It was folded neatly inside an old wooden trunk, its edges yellowed and soft. The writing was careful, almost polite, like someone had taken their time with it. It described a ritual, simple steps written plainly, without drama or flair. A name repeated throughout, Bloody Mira. I remember laughing out loud, not because it scared me, but because it felt so harmless. Like something teenagers might invent to scare each other at sleepovers. There was even a warning at the bottom, written smaller than the rest, advising readers not to respond to knocking at night if they didn't want to be disturbed. I folded the parchment and brought it downstairs, already planning to show Simon and Romy. They reacted exactly how I expected. Simon laughed, Romy frowned, and I rolled my eyes. I told them rituals weren't real. That belief gave them power, and disbelief made them harmless. I said it casually, confidently, the way people do when they're sure the world follows sensible rules. Eventually, curiosity won. That evening, the house was quiet. Rain tapped softly against the windows. The lights were low, and everything felt strangely cozy. We followed the instructions loosely, treating it more like a game than anything serious. We joked, teased each other, laughed through the awkward moments. Nothing happened. At least, not right away. Later that night, we sat together in the living room, half watching a board game, half dozing. The air felt thicker somehow, heavier, like the house had closed its eyes. When my phone vibrated, the sound felt louder than it should have. The message on my screen was unsettling, but not in a shocking way. Just wrong. Like an image that didn't belong there. Simon checked his phone next, then Romy. None of us laughed this time. We tried to explain it away. Pranks. Coincidences. Algorithms doing strange things. I kept my voice calm even as unease settled quietly into my chest. Then came the knocking. Slow at first, measured, as if whoever stood outside wasn't in a hurry. Between the knocks, there was whispering, not loud enough to understand clearly, not soft enough to ignore. The words seemed to argue with themselves, overlapping, contradictory, telling us to open the door, telling us not to. I don't remember who screamed first. Everything blurred after that. Fear didn't arrive suddenly. It seeped in, filling every corner. The house felt larger, stretched. Shadows bent where they shouldn't have. When I looked at Romy, something about her expression felt unfamiliar, like a reflection that lagged behind its owner. The door opened. Footsteps echoed, and then there was nothing. I woke up surrounded by white light and soft beeping machines. The hospital room smelled clean, sterile, reassuring. Simon was there too, pale and quiet. We didn't talk much. There didn't seem to be words for what we had lost between us that night. Romy was alive, but distant, changed in ways that were hard to describe gently. Doctors asked questions. Police asked more. We gave the same answer every time. We didn't know. But before they moved her to another room, I noticed something faint on her arm. Not a wound. Not a mark of pain. Just writing. Light, almost careful. A question. I still think about it when the house goes quiet. When the rain sounds like knocking. When the night feels like it's waiting for permission. If you're listening to this as you drift toward sleep, don't worry. You're safe right now. The doors are closed. The lights are steady. And as this story fades softly away, another waits patiently to take its place, just beyond the dark. Some wishes are spoken softly, almost apologetically. They drift into the world wrapped in gratitude and guilt, hoping not to be a burden. I never imagined that such a gentle wish would turn a home quietly inside out, or that a mirror could reveal what had been hidden all along. I've always struggled with asking for things. Even small favors feel heavy in my chest, as though I'm borrowing more than I deserve. Gratitude and guilt have always lived close together for me, like two shadows that never quite separate. That's why, when I finally decided to write to Muri, I took my time. I chose every word carefully, softening my request with reassurance, hoping she wouldn't feel obligated. The house was quiet when I wrote that first message. Evening rain tapped faintly against the windows, and the glow of a single lamp filled the room with warm amber light. I asked for something strange. I knew that. A mirror that, when turned upside down, would show my reflection upside down. It wasn't vanity. It was curiosity. An oddly persistent need to understand how perspective changes truth. I apologized more than once in that message. I thanked her more than necessary. I even asked after her daughter, Shelley, hoping to remind her that this wasn't just a transaction, but a connection. When I sent it, I felt that familiar mix of relief and regret. The mirror arrived a week later, wrapped carefully, as if Muri herself had handled it with reverence. It was beautiful. Smooth edges, cool glass, solid weight. I hung it carefully and waited until the room was still before turning it upside down. My reflection stayed the same. I laughed softly at first, embarrassed by my own expectations. Still, disappointment crept in, quiet and unwelcome. I wrote back, apologizing again, blaming myself, insisting it was fine. I told her I hated asking for things, that it made me feel greedy, undeserving. Even as I typed, I wished I could pull the words back, wished I could undo the entire request. The house seemed to agree with my unease. At night, the mirror reflected corners of the room that felt unfamiliar, as though the angles were slightly wrong. Nothing frightening, just enough to make me pause before sleeping. Another week passed. Another mirror arrived. Then another. Each time, I begged Muri to stop. I told her I would sell them and return the money. I told her her kindness hurt me, not because it wasn't genuine, but because it felt like too much. The mirrors lined one wall now, reflecting each other endlessly, creating a quiet corridor of glass and repetition. And still, none of them showed me upside down. The house grew quieter in those days. Sounds felt muffled, like the world was wrapped in cotton. Sometimes, when I passed the mirrors, I felt as though my reflection lingered a moment longer than it should have, as if deciding whether to follow me. I told myself it was nothing. I always did. When the final mirror arrived, I knew before opening it that this one was different. It felt heavier, deeper somehow. Its surface curved inward ever so slightly. A concave mirror, Muri explained in her note. Her handwriting trembled just a little. That night, I turned it upside down, and for the first time, my reflection shifted with it. It was subtle, gentle, almost playful. The room remained calm. The air felt warmer. I smiled, relief washing over me like a soft tide. I wrote to Muri immediately, thanking her, apologizing again, promising I would find a way to repay her kindness. I didn't notice how quiet the house had become. Voices drifted from downstairs, then, sharp, sudden, breaking the stillness. Muri's husband shouting, anger heavy in every word. Accusations, bitterness, the sound of something long festering finally surfacing. I stood frozen, mirror still in my hands, and then I saw him. He entered the room, but not the way a person should. His feet touched the ceiling as easily as the floor, his body moving with practiced familiarity. When his eyes met the mirror, his expression changed, not to fear, but to recognition. In the concave glass, he stood upright for the first time. He stared, silent now, confronted by a version of himself he had never truly seen. The room held its breath. No violence followed, no chaos, just a long, heavy stillness, like the moment before sleep claims you. Understanding settled over his face, and with it something like shame. The mirrors no longer bother me. Most of them are gone now, sold or given away, their echoes fading with time. The concave one remains, covered gently with cloth, resting quietly against the wall. The house feels lighter these days, calmer, balanced, and as the rain returns, soft and steady, I can't help but think about perspective, about how sometimes the truth doesn't change, only the way we're finally able to see it. But that's a thought for another night, another story, waiting patiently in the quiet dark. There are some doors that feel heavier than wood and hinges. They carry a quiet weight, the kind you sense even with your eyes closed. In my childhood home, there was one such door, hidden beneath the house, waiting patiently, as if it had all the time in the world. The house itself was old, but not the charming kind of old. It had a tired stillness to it, the kind that creaks softly at night and breathes through its pipes. My mother's bought it when I was very young, drawn to its size, its price, and the promise of a future they were excited to build together. The realtor, bent with age and speaking in half-finished sentences, gestured vaguely toward the basement and mentioned a bathroom. The word lingered strangely in the air, as though it meant more than it should. At that age, I didn't understand why adults exchanged uncertain looks. I only remember being carried down the basement stairs, my small hands brushing the cool concrete wall. The air below was different, damp, faintly warm, and humming with a sound that never quite resolved itself into anything familiar. The door sat at the far end of the basement, plain, narrow, locked, and behind it something moved. It was early June, warm outside, sunlight spilling through basement windows. Yet the sound behind that door was unmistakable, gentle, repetitive, intimate in a way that made the room feel smaller, like someone occupying a space they had every right to be in. My mother's and the people they loved stood together in a loose semicircle, speaking softly. They knocked, one by one. Calm voices, polite questions. Is anyone in there? No answer ever came. Only the sound continued, steady, unhurried, unending. Eventually, they stepped away. The door was labeled in their minds as something to deal with later. Later stretched into weeks, then years. A lock was added. The basement became a place of storage, not curiosity. The door was avoided, not challenged. And still, the sound never stopped. As I grew older, the basement became my space. My room was carved out of that cool underground quiet. At night, when the house above settled into sleep, the noise became clearer. Not louder, just more noticeable, like a presence that knew I was listening. It wasn't frightening in a sharp way. There were no bangs, no cries, no sudden movements. It was worse than that. It was consistent, predictable, eternal. I learned to breathe around it, to let it become part of the background of my dreams. Some nights, rain tapped against the foundation, and the sound blended with it so smoothly I almost found it comforting. Almost. But sometimes my mind wandered. I began to dream of the door, not violently, not chaotically, but with a slow inevitability. In those dreams, the lock loosened on its own. The door didn't burst open. It simply opened, as if responding to a long overdue invitation. What waited beyond was never fully clear. Just a dim, tiled space stretching farther than it should, lit by a sickly green glow that felt more emotional than visual. A place that existed for one purpose and had forgotten everything else. Not cruel, just endless. I would wake before anything reached for me, heart steady but heavy, as though I had narrowly missed remembering something important. Years have passed. The house still stands. The door remains closed. The sound continues, unchanged, unconcerned with time or ownership. We've learned to live around it, like people living near a river that never dries. Sometimes late at night, I sit on my bed and listen. I remind myself that some mysteries do not demand answers. Some doors are better left unopened, not out of fear, but out of quiet understanding. The house feels calmer when I accept that. And as the night deepens and the sounds soften into something almost rhythmic, I let my thoughts drift away from the basement, toward sleep, toward the next story waiting patiently in the dark. Some memories don't ask to be remembered. They wait quietly, sealed in plastic and dust, until a calm night gives them permission to breathe again. This is one of those memories. I found the camcorder while sorting through my grandparents' storage unit, a place where time had been folded neatly and forgotten. It had been almost a year since my grandmother passed, and the task of clearing out decades of belongings felt both heavy and strangely gentle. Every box carried the faint echo of ordinary life: holiday decorations, outdated electronics, instruction manuals yellowed with age. The camcorder rested at the bottom of a cracked bin, nestled among tangled cords and obsolete TV boxes. Its surface was scratched, the plastic dulled by years of neglect. I remember holding it and feeling an unexpected warmth, as if it had been waiting patiently for someone to pick it up again. I brought it home along with a small bag of tapes, thinking I might someday watch old family footage when I felt ready. That someday arrived unexpectedly. A snowstorm kept me inside one quiet evening. The world outside softened into silence. After a few drinks, nostalgia crept in gently, the way it does when the house feels too still. I remembered the camcorder and pulled it from the closet, carefully brushing dust from its lens. With a bit of online guidance and some trial and error, I connected it to my television. The screen glowed softly in the dim room. I settled onto the couch, the quiet hum of the heater filling the space, and reached for a tape labeled in familiar handwriting: Christmas 2002. But when I opened the compartment, there was already a cassette inside. The label read, Wool Socks 1. The handwriting was unfamiliar. Curiosity outweighed caution. I pressed play. The screen bloomed with muted color, dark, unfocused, like fabric pressed too close to the lens. The audio was gentle and indistinct, a soft rush that might have been wind or breath. Nothing happened. No voices. No movement. Just a few minutes of abstraction before the tape ended. I shrugged it off, though something about it lingered. After a short break, I sorted through the remaining tapes. 5 more shared the same label, each marked sequentially. The room felt quieter then, as if it were listening along with me. I selected the second tape. This time, the image resolved clearly. The camera was low to the ground, angled through brush and leaves. A forest filled the screen, dense, green, alive with subtle motion. The sound was clearer too, breathing, measured and close, as though the person holding the camera was very still. The lens adjusted slowly, settling on a single large tree in the distance. Everything felt deliberate, patient. For several long seconds, nothing changed. Then there was movement. Not sudden, just distant, rhythmic, growing closer. The sound of many footsteps moving through leaves, overlapping softly like rain beginning to fall. The camera dipped slightly, as if the person holding it lowered themselves instinctively. Figures passed through the frame. They moved quickly, but not chaotically. Their faces were calm, unreadable. What caught my attention was their gaze. Every one of them was looking upward. They ran without watching the ground, weaving between trees with an unsettling certainty. Some stumbled, rising again without pause. Others passed so close to the lens that the image blurred into pale motion. There were no voices, no shouting, only breath, footfalls, and the quiet, constant sound of the forest responding to their passage. The strangest part wasn't their speed or their number. It was their focus. Whatever held their attention above the trees held it completely. The camera never moved away from the tree. It remained fixed, patient, as if waiting for something specific to happen. Then, without warning, the image distorted. The sound stretched thin. The screen faded gently to black. I sat there for a long time after it ended, the room feeling smaller than before. Eventually, I turned everything off and packed the camcorder away. I haven't watched the other tapes. Some recordings are not meant to be understood all at once. Some moments exist only to remind us how small we are in the quiet places of the world. As the snow continued to fall outside and the house settled around me, I let the memory drift into the background, softly, patiently, making room for the next story waiting in the dark. Some memories don't arrive loudly. They settle in quietly, like dust in an old room, waiting for the moment you finally notice them. This is one of those memories, soft, unsettling, and strangely tender. It happened during a time when the past felt especially close. My father's old flat stood half empty, its rooms holding the careful craftsmanship of a man who built things with his hands and left pieces of himself in every corner. He had been a carpenter, and nothing in that home was accidental. Shelves were hidden where walls should have been plain. Panels opened where no one would think to look. Even the silence felt constructed, measured, deliberate. One evening, for friends and I gathered there, drawn more by curiosity than belief. None of us were particularly serious about the paranormal. Skepticism sat comfortably with us, like a familiar coat. Still, the flat had a weight to it, a sense of history layered gently over the years, that made it feel like the right place for something ceremonial, even if we didn't quite believe in it. We sat on the floor in front of the old fireplace. It was no longer functional, replaced by an electric coal effect fire that hummed softly, but the original stone hearth remained. Once, real coal had burned there. You could almost imagine the warmth lingering in the bricks, long after the flames had gone. The lights were low, the room filled with shadows that moved only when we breathed. The Ouija board rested between us, its surface worn smooth from use. We placed the glass gently at the center, fingertips barely touching, hearts calm, voices low. Outside, the night was still. No wind. No passing cars, just the faint, steady sound of the electric fire and our own breathing. At first, nothing unusual happened. Then, slowly, almost politely, the glass began to move. It slid with a delicate hesitation, tracing letters without urgency. We exchanged quiet glances, the corners of our mouths lifting in nervous smiles. This was the part everyone talked about. The subtle motion, the shared disbelief, the way your mind tries to explain it away even as your hands remain still. Letters formed. Words appeared. Nothing alarming. Nothing dramatic, until it spelled something that made me pause. WPP loves WP. The room felt slightly colder then, not in a sharp way, but like the air had thinned. My name is William Patterson. So was my father's, and his father's before him. But I didn't recognize WPP, not consciously. The letters meant nothing to me at the time. We laughed it off gently. Someone suggested coincidence. Someone else joked about family pride. Eventually, the session ended, the board put away, the night allowed to pass without further incident. Still, the letters stayed with me, floating somewhere just beneath my thoughts. Weeks later, I returned to the flat alone. It was time to empty it, to look through the spaces my father had built, knowing full well that hidden places were part of who he was. I checked drawers, panels, behind false walls, quietly, methodically. The flat echoed with soft footsteps and the sound of memories being stirred. Then, almost as an afterthought, I stood before the fireplace. On impulse, I reached up into the chimney, brushing against cool stone and dust. My fingers touched something soft, worn, and unmistakably old. I pulled it down slowly, my heart beginning to beat just a little faster. It was a black leather pouch, Time had darkened it, but it was still sturdy. Inside were items I recognized immediately. My grandfather's Masonic sash, folded carefully, along with other Orange Order belongings he must have hidden there long ago. The scent of aged leather and smoke lingered faintly, like a preserved moment. Then I noticed the outside. Pressed into the leather, in faded gold lettering, were 3 letters. WPP. I sat there for a long time, the room utterly silent. There was no rush of fear, no sudden panic, just a quiet disbelief settling gently into my chest. I had never known my grandfather well. He lived far away. He was always busy. Physical affection wasn't his way. But holding that pouch, it felt as though something had reached across time, not dramatically, not loudly, but with care. Later, I asked my father about his full name. He hesitated, thoughtful, then admitted he wasn't entirely sure. Maybe there was a middle name. When I told him what I had found, and what the initials stood for, William Park Patterson, he fell silent. I don't claim to understand what happened. I've always been a skeptic, still am. But sometimes, meaning doesn't ask to be explained. Sometimes it simply asks to be felt. Now, when I think of that night, I don't feel fear. I feel something gentler, like a message delivered softly, through layers of wood and stone and memory. A quiet reminder that even those who seemed distant may have been thinking of us all along. And as this story settles, like embers cooling in an old hearth, we let it rest, making room for the next quiet moment, the next whispered memory, waiting patiently in the dark. Some places never raise their voice, yet they linger quietly in the corners of your memory. Even years later, when everything else feels calm, the thought of them still brings a soft chill. This is one of those places. A house that never did anything loud enough to be undeniable, but whispered just enough to be remembered. When I was a teenager, my mother, my brother, and I lived in an old boarding house built sometime in the 1800s. It was tall and narrow, with creaking floors and staircases that always seemed to sigh under their own weight. The walls held layers of old paint, and the air always felt slightly cooler inside, no matter the season. My mom worked long hours, and my brother was rarely home, which meant I spent most evenings alone. Most nights, it was just me and our dog, a gentle old girl who preferred sleeping over barking and had never once given us reason to think she'd be afraid of anything. The house had a way of settling into silence at night. Not a peaceful silence, exactly. More like the kind that made every small sound feel important. The hum of electricity in the walls. The soft ticking of distant clocks. The occasional groan of old wood adjusting as the temperature dropped. Still, I grew used to it. I would sit on the couch, lights dim, my dog curled beside me, the world outside dark and quiet. One night, Without warning, the calm broke. From upstairs came a sudden series of heavy thuds. Not sharp bangs, but dull, forceful sounds, like objects being knocked over in quick succession. The noise rolled across the ceiling and echoed down the stairwell. Before I could even process what I was hearing, my dog lifted her head. Her ears flattened. Slowly, she stood up, and something about her posture made my chest tighten. She began to growl. It was low and steady, nothing frantic, but deeply serious. The hair along her back rose, and she walked toward the staircase with careful steps. At the bottom, she stopped, sat down, and stared upward into the darkness, never breaking eye contact with the unseen space above. The growling continued, constant and focused, as if she knew something was there, even if she couldn't see it. I remember feeling frozen. My heart raced, but my body refused to move. The house felt suddenly larger, heavier, as though the air itself had thickened. I don't remember exactly what I did after that. The memory blurs. I think I may have gone outside and waited for someone to come home, choosing the night air over the quiet tension inside. All I know is that I didn't sleep in that house comfortably again. Some time later, my brother left for summer camp, and my mom had to travel for work. I stayed behind to keep my job, sleeping alone in the house for the first time. During the day, everything felt manageable. Sunlight softened the rooms, and the old house seemed harmless enough. But mornings came early, and one particular morning still lingers in my thoughts. I was upstairs in the bathroom, getting ready for work. We had a small clock radio on the counter, always kept quiet, mostly ignored. Without warning, it erupted into sound, classical music blasting at full volume, sharp and sudden enough to make me jump. My hands shook as I reached for it and yanked the cord from the wall. The music stopped instantly, leaving a ringing silence behind. I didn't wait. I ran downstairs, heart pounding, breath shallow, straight into the kitchen. And then the radio built into the wall turned on. The same music, the same volume, filling the kitchen with sound as though nothing had been unplugged at all. I stood there, stunned, feeling small in a house that suddenly felt very awake. I shut it off and left as quickly as I could, not stopping to question it, not wanting answers. There were other moments too, smaller but no less unsettling. We had an antique banjo leaning against a wall, its strings old and slightly loose. One night, when my father was visiting, we both heard it gently strum on its own. Just a single sound, soft, almost thoughtful. We looked at each other but didn't say anything. Some things don't need words. Nothing ever truly happened in that house. No clear figures. No voices calling out. No moments dramatic enough to explain. And yet, it never felt empty. It felt observant, present, as if the house remembered everyone who had passed through it and wasn't quite ready to let go. Eventually, we moved away. Life continued. Time did what time always does. I don't miss that house at all. But sometimes, late at night, when everything is quiet and the world feels paused, I still think about it. And as that thought gently fades, it reminds me that some places don't follow you when you leave. They simply wait, quietly, for the next story to begin. Some memories don't arrive loudly. They drift back in slow waves, quiet and heavy, usually late at night when the world has softened. This is one of those memories for me. Not sharp, not violent, just lingering, like a low note that never fully fades. For a while, I stayed in a small duplex owned by my parents, sharing the space with my cousin. He was in the Marine Corps, and from time to time he offered a temporary place to stay for fellow Marines who needed it. The house itself was unremarkable on the surface. Plain walls, modest rooms, the kind of place that held sound a little too well when everything else was quiet. It had the calm, empty feeling of a place used more for passing through than settling down. One of the people staying there during that time was a man named Curtis. From the first moment I met him, there was something slightly off, nothing obvious, nothing I could point to. Just a faint sense of unease, the kind you dismiss because it feels rude to listen to it. He spoke normally, acted friendly enough, and shared at least one thing in common with me. We both played guitar. Music became a small bridge between us. One evening, the house was quiet, dimly lit, the kind of stillness where every sound feels amplified. I was sitting on the couch, idly playing my guitar, letting the notes wander without any real direction. Curtis sat nearby, listening. Eventually, I handed the guitar to him, and we took turns playing, passing it back and forth in an easy rhythm. At some point, his playing changed. The notes became dissonant, uneven, as if they weren't meant to resolve. He stared at me, not aggressively, not loudly, just with an intensity that felt far too focused for such a casual moment. The air felt heavier, like the room itself had grown tired. I remember feeling suddenly drained, deeply fatigued, as if something inside me had gone quiet. He said something then, softly, almost absent-mindedly. I don't remember the exact words anymore, only the way they made my stomach tighten. I didn't respond. I didn't know how. The moment passed as strangely as it arrived, and soon after, exhaustion overtook me. I fell asleep right there on the couch, the house still and dark around us. When I woke up, it was late. The room was dim, lit only by ambient light slipping in through the windows. Curtis sat on the opposite end of the couch, his back turned toward me. He wasn't wearing a shirt. I noticed the tattoos across his back, detailed, unsettling in a way I couldn't explain. One image stood out, framed by symbols I didn't recognize. It wasn't frightening in a dramatic sense, just deeply uncomfortable, like seeing something too personal without permission. Before I could fully process what I was seeing, he spoke quietly, without turning around. The words felt disconnected from the moment, spoken as if to no one in particular. That was enough. A slow, cold realization settled over me, and I stood up and stepped outside onto the back porch, needing air, needing distance. The night outside was calm, still. The porch light hummed softly, insects clicking somewhere in the dark. After a minute, Curtis joined me, sitting nearby, speaking casually about things that didn't seem to fit together. His words drifted past me, philosophical but hollow, like fragments of a conversation I didn't want to be part of. Not long after that, my inner world began to change. Nights became restless. Sleep felt thin and fragile. I experienced vivid dreams, heavy emotions, and a constant sense of being watched, not by something visible, but by my own thoughts spiraling inward. I was already under a lot of stress, searching for meaning, questioning my beliefs, trying to understand myself. Whatever happened in that house seemed to push me further into that uncertainty. Over time, the fear wasn't about the house or Curtis anymore. It became internal. I struggled with anxiety, confusion, and a deep sense of isolation. I searched for explanations everywhere: books, conversations, online communities, hoping someone might recognize what I was describing. Most people didn't. A few offered theories that only deepened the confusion. Eventually, I found small pockets of support, gentle voices, people who listened without judgment. Slowly, the intensity faded. The nights grew quieter. The fear loosened its grip. I began to understand that whatever I experienced wasn't something chasing me. It was something I had carried, amplified by exhaustion, stress, and unanswered questions. Today, I look back on that time with a strange calm. I don't try to define it anymore. I don't need to. It's simply a chapter, one written in shadow, uncertainty, and silence. And like all chapters, it eventually ended. The night still feels peaceful to me now. The quiet no longer presses in, it rests. And as the darkness settles once more, it gently makes room for the next story waiting to be told. Some moments arrive so quietly that you only understand their weight long after they've passed. They slip into your memory not with fear, but with a soft chill that lingers. This is one of those moments, simple, ordinary, and strangely unforgettable. I was younger then, living in a place where days felt long and the world seemed open and familiar. One of my favorite routines was biking to the local football pitch to practice alone. It was about a 20-minute ride, a stretch of road I knew well enough to pedal without thinking, passing quiet houses, open fields, and intersections that rarely felt dangerous. On warm days, the air hummed softly with insects, and the sky stretched wide above me, calm and forgiving. That afternoon felt no different from any other. The sun was gentle, not harsh, and the road shimmered faintly with heat. I decided to listen to music while I rode, something to keep the rhythm steady, something to make the time pass easily. The world narrowed into motion and sound, spinning wheels, wind against my ears, a steady beat carrying me forward. Everything felt smooth, almost peaceful. I remember picking up speed along a familiar stretch of road, my body relaxed, my thoughts drifting. The crossroad ahead barely registered in my mind. I had ridden through it countless times before, always without incident. There was no reason to slow down, no reason to feel uneasy. And then, without warning, one of my AirPods slipped loose. It fell suddenly, tumbling away from my ear, and instinct took over before thought could catch up. I squeezed the brakes and came to a sharp stop, my heart jumping slightly from the surprise. I leaned down, retrieved the small white bud from the pavement, and straightened up again, still wrapped in that quiet bubble of music and movement. That was when I looked up. A car tore through the intersection in front of me, fast and careless, its engine roaring briefly before fading into the distance. It didn't slow. It didn't hesitate. It simply passed through the space where I would have been moments earlier, leaving only a rush of displaced air and a sudden, hollow silence. I stood there for a few seconds, completely still. The road was empty again, just as it had been before. No screeching tires, no shouting, no aftermath. Only the faint echo of what could have happened, hanging gently in my chest like a held breath. I imagined myself riding through that crossing without stopping. Imagine the timing lining up just a little differently. The thought was quiet, but it settled deep. Eventually, I took a slow breath, placed the AirPod back in my ear, and continued on my way, more carefully now. The rest of the ride felt slower, calmer, as if the road itself had softened. The football pitch waited just as it always had, unchanged, unaware of how close the day had come to becoming something else entirely. Nothing frightening followed me home that evening. No nightmares. No lingering dread. Just a gentle awareness that sometimes safety arrives disguised as inconvenience. Sometimes it comes in the smallest interruption. A dropped object, a pause, a moment that asks you to stop. And as the day faded into memory, that quiet realization stayed with me, settling softly into the background, like the calm space between one story and the next. The kind of quiet that presses gently against your senses and asks you to listen closer. These are the moments that return late at night, when the world slows down and memory feels unusually vivid. After my grandfather passed away, life shifted in subtle ways. I was in my early 20s then, and my cousin and I moved in with our grandmother to help her around her small acre of land, tucked about half an hour outside of town. The property felt peaceful during the day. Open sky, dry grass, and long stretches of stillness, but at night it carried a different weight. Not threatening exactly, just aware. One evening, I was driving home from work later than usual. It was close to 11 at night, and the road leading out to the house was completely empty, one of those long rural highways where the darkness seems to stretch endlessly ahead of you. With no other cars around and a familiar confidence behind the wheel, I pressed down harder on the gas than I should have. The engine hummed steadily, the headlights carving a narrow tunnel through the dark, and the world felt distant and unreal, as it often does when you're alone on a road like that. As I crested the hill just before the valley where the house sat, something changed. Without warning, I felt the distinct pressure of a hand resting on my left shoulder. It wasn't heavy, but it was unmistakable. At the same moment, I heard a voice, clear, familiar, and impossibly close, say my childhood nickname in Spanish. Mija. My foot lifted off the gas instantly. My heart raced, but the fear didn't linger the way you'd expect. Instead, there was a strange calm beneath it, like recognition. I spoke out loud, my voice steady despite the moment. I told whatever presence it was, that if the goal was to keep me safe, startling me at 90 miles an hour probably wasn't the best method. Still, I understood the message. I slowed down to a sensible speed and continued the rest of the drive in quiet reflection, the road stretching peacefully ahead once more. I never mentioned that night to my grandmother. Somehow, it felt like it was meant just for me. The second experience happened not long after, during the middle of summer. My grandmother had gone out of state to visit relatives, and my cousin was working away from home, leaving me alone on the property with our two pets. Ginger, the orange tabby with far too much attitude for her size, and Shadow, our black lab who loved nighttime adventures a little too much. It was around 2 in the morning when Shadow asked to go outside. The night air was warm and still as I stepped onto the front deck with her. The security lights cast soft pools of yellow light across the ground, illuminating our parked cars and the edges of the yard before fading into darkness. As soon as Shadow's paws touched the dirt, she bolted off happily, disappearing into the night to conduct whatever important business dogs have at that hour. I waited a few minutes, leaning against the railing, listening to the distant sounds of insects and the quiet hum of the night. When she didn't return, I began calling her name, my voice carrying gently across the property. After a few calls, a sound answered me, but it wasn't Shadow. From the narrow space between our parked vehicles came a long, drawn-out It was sharp and deliberate, like a warning rather than a request. I froze, scanning the shadows, expecting to see a figure, a silhouette, anything that might explain the voice. There was nothing, no movement, no footsteps, just stillness. I called Shadow's name again, louder this time, trying to sound confident. The response came immediately. SSH. This time it was firmer, almost scolding, like I had broken an unspoken rule. A quiet, instinctive understanding settled over me then. Whatever made that sound didn't want me calling out into the night. Without hesitation, I stepped back inside the house and locked the door, my heart beating steadily but fast. I told myself Shadow knew how to get home, that she'd bark when she returned. And eventually she did, about an hour later, completely unharmed, tail wagging as if nothing unusual had happened at all. For the rest of my grandmother's trip, I kept Shadow on a leash at night. No more wandering into the dark alone. No more unanswered voices. Even now, years later, those moments feel less like something frightening and more like something quietly watchful. Protective, perhaps, or simply present. The land, the house, the memories, they all seem to hold onto echoes of the past, surfacing only when the world grew still enough to notice. And as the night stretches on, and the sounds around you soften into a gentle hush, it's worth remembering. Some stories don't end. They simply wait, calmly, patiently, for the next quiet moment to be heard. Some moments from childhood don't arrive with images, but with sensations. A warmth in the air, a sound too close, and a memory that returns years later, quietly, when the room is dark and still. I was very young at the time, somewhere between 7 and 9, though the exact age has slipped away. What's strange is that almost everything else from that night is missing. I don't remember what I did that day, or what came after. I don't remember dinner, or bedtime routines, or the sound of the house settling. All that remains is a single fragile moment, preserved as if it were sealed in glass. I was lying in my bed, tucked in and comfortable, the way children often are when sleep feels close but not quite ready to arrive. My room was quiet and familiar. The walls were softly lit by the faint glow of a hallway light, and I remember staring at the same spot on the wall, letting my thoughts drift without any urgency. There was no fear then, only the calm restlessness of a child waiting for sleep. The house felt normal, peaceful, safe. Time moved slowly, the way it does when you're young and awake at night. I don't recall hearing footsteps or doors, or anything unusual at all. Just the steady stillness of the room, the gentle hush that comes when everyone else is already asleep. And then, without warning, the air beside me changed. From very close, so close it felt impossible, I heard a man's voice whisper into my ear. I can't remember the words. Whatever was said has been erased, as if my mind chose to protect itself by letting them fade. What remains instead is the sensation, the warmth of breath against my skin, the unmistakable feeling of someone being there when no one should have been. It wasn't loud. It wasn't angry. It was quiet, intimate, and completely out of place. For a brief second, I froze. My body felt heavy, as though my thoughts were moving faster than my limbs. The calm of moments before vanished, replaced by a sudden, instinctive understanding that something was wrong. The room, unchanged in appearance, no longer felt the same. Then I screamed for my mother. The sound broke the stillness instantly, sharp and desperate, echoing down the hallway. That part is clear. The fear surged up all at once, overwhelming and pure, the kind that doesn't ask questions or seek explanations. It simply reacts. After that, nothing. I don't remember her coming into the room. I don't remember being comforted, or the lights being turned on, or being carried back to bed. It's as if the memory ends the moment I cried out, leaving the rest of the night gently erased. What I do know is that the feeling lingered. 4 months afterward, sleep no longer came easily. Being alone in a dark room felt different, heavier somehow. I needed the reassurance of someone nearby, a door left open, a soft light glowing in the distance. Even when nothing happened, the memory of that whisper stayed with me, quiet but persistent. Years have passed since then, and I've never experienced anything like it again. No voices, no breath, no sudden closeness in the dark. Still, that single moment remains, untouched by time, returning occasionally when the night is silent and the world feels thin. And as the room settles once more into calm, and the quiet stretches on, that memory slowly drifts away again, making space for the next story, waiting patiently in the dark. Sometimes the places we live seem to remember more than we do. They hold echoes in their walls, soft impressions of moments that never fully fade. This is one of those memories for me. Quiet, unsettling, and still lingering even now. I was very young when it happened, maybe 5 or 6 years old. My family had just moved into a new house, one that already felt tired before we ever unpacked a box. The air inside was heavy and damp, and there was a faint earthy smell that never quite went away. Patches of mold clung to the ceilings like shadows that refused to lift, no matter how often the windows were open. At the time, I didn't have words for discomfort or unease, only the feeling that the house was always watching us breathe. I shared a bedroom with my younger sister, who was barely old enough to form full sentences. Our bed sat beneath the slanted ceiling, directly below the attic. At night, when the house settled and the world outside went quiet, the attic never seemed to sleep. We would lie awake listening to the soft creaks above us, footsteps pacing slowly from one end to the other, as if someone was walking with purpose, back and forth, back and forth. Sometimes doors opened in the hallway, one after another, careful and deliberate, though no one was ever there when our parents checked. The bathroom held something stranger still. Inside it was a tall cupboard, large enough for a person to stand inside. Scratched into the wood were several names, about 7 in total, each paired with dates that looked like beginnings and endings. Even as a child, I understood what those numbers meant. Births and deaths, carved quietly into the house itself. No one could tell us who they belonged to. We stopped asking after a while. One afternoon, when the house was filled with the usual sounds of children playing, my sister and I were running through the halls with our younger brothers, inventing games that made us feel brave. Laughter echoed off the walls, and for a moment, the house felt almost normal. We ran into our bedroom and reached for the door, expecting it to swing open easily. It didn't. The handle wouldn't turn. The door was locked. That made no sense. There was no lock on that door, not inside and not out. We tried again, harder this time, panic creeping into our chests. Somewhere nearby, we heard giggling, our brother's voice, light and playful, and footsteps moving away down the hall. We called out, confused and annoyed, but no one answered. Then the room began to shake. At first it felt like a low vibration beneath our feet, like a distant truck passing by. But it grew stronger, rattling the walls, trembling through our bones. The air felt thick and wrong, as if the room itself was breathing too hard. My sister clutched my arm, and together we crawled into her small play tent, the thin fabric barely hiding us from anything at all. That was when she appeared. From within the tent, impossibly, a grown woman stepped forward. She wore a long white dress, stained in places with dark marks we couldn't understand. Her presence was silent, heavy, as though sound simply refused to exist around her. She moved slowly toward us, and with every step, the shaking grew stronger, then stronger still. We were frozen, unable to scream, unable to run. And then she stopped. Right in front of us, the shaking ended. The air became still. The woman vanished, the tent vanished, and suddenly the room was just a room again. Quiet, unchanged, empty. The door opened easily when we ran for it. We burst into the hallway, breathless, desperate to be believed, only to find our brothers sitting calmly in another room with our older sister. No one had heard anything. No one had felt the shaking. They told us they hadn't left the room, hadn't locked any doors, hadn't played any tricks. We never had an answer. We moved away from that house eventually, but the memory followed me. Even now, in a different place, I sometimes hear unexplained footsteps, catch unfamiliar scents drifting through empty rooms, notice sounds that shouldn't exist. We've learned over time to live quietly alongside them, to ignore what doesn't want to be understood. And as the night settles in, as the world grows softer and slower, that story gently fades, making room for another. Some moments stay with you not because they were loud or dramatic, but because they were quiet and unresolved. They settle into memory like a shadow at the edge of a room, never moving, yet never quite leaving either. This is one of those moments, soft, dark, and lingering. A few years ago, when I was still a child, Our house felt small in the evenings. Winter in the UK has a way of pressing the darkness closer, the nights arriving early and heavy, wrapping everything in stillness. It was around 9:30, and the world outside had already disappeared into blackness, broken only by distant street lamps glowing weakly through the cold air. My mother and I were sitting together in the living room, the television murmuring quietly in front of us. To my right was a window that looked out onto our street, and beyond that, across the road, a wide open field stretched into darkness. I always thought that field felt unsettling at night, too empty, too silent, as if it swallowed light instead of reflecting it. Our neighborhood was generally safe. It was a square block of housing meant for military families, orderly and familiar. But just beyond it sat a neglected estate that everyone knew about. People didn't talk about it much, but they didn't have to. The presence of neighborhood watch signs told the story well enough. When the knock came at the door, it was sharp and unexpected. The sound cut cleanly through the quiet room, and I felt my body tense before I even realized why. Our front door had a frosted glass panel, which blurred shapes and shadows but never showed anything clearly. My mother stood and told me to stay back. I watched from behind a doorway, my heart thudding softly in my chest. She asked who was there. A young male voice answered, calm at first. He said his phone was dead and asked if he could come inside to charge it. Something about the timing felt wrong. The darkness, the cold, the insistence of a stranger standing outside our door, it all sat uneasily in the air. My mother refused, politely but firmly. The boy didn't leave right away. Instead, he asked again, and again. Each time, his voice grew sharper, edged with frustration. Minutes passed slowly, stretching thin. I remember holding my breath without realizing it, listening to the exchange like it was happening underwater. Eventually, with an irritated huff, he stepped away. The silence that followed felt heavier than the knocking had. My mother moved through the house afterward, checking locks, pulling curtains closed, making sure every entry was secure. She told me to go to bed, and I did, though sleep came reluctantly, wrapped in uneasy thoughts. Sometime later, how much later I can't be sure, I woke to a faint sound drifting up from downstairs. A soft scratching, gentle, repetitive. It was subtle enough that it might have been nothing, but persistent enough to feel intentional. I could hear my father snoring softly in his room. He must have come home while I slept. That should have made me feel safer, but curiosity tugged at me. I crept quietly through the hallway and peered from an upstairs window that overlooked the front of the house. The porch roof blocked most of the view, but not all of it. In the dim glow from the street, I could make out a shape standing near the door. A silhouette. Familiar. The scratching continued. A muted tapping followed, careful and patient. I stood frozen halfway down the stairs, watching, my body too tense to move. I remember thinking how silent the house felt, how every breath sounded too loud. After a while, long minutes that felt much longer, the figure stepped away. The night swallowed it completely, and the sounds faded into nothing. Only then did I return to bed, pulling the covers close, pretending sleep would come easily. Morning brought daylight, and with it, a fragile sense of normalcy. I told my parents what I had seen. Later, as we were leaving the house, I noticed marks near the door hinges. Small scratches, shallow dents, easily overlooked unless you knew where to look. My parents examined them carefully, then reassured me. The door was solid. Nothing had been broken. Life moved on, as it always does. But even now, years later, I sometimes think about that night. About the quiet persistence. About the way darkness can hide intentions just beyond sight. And as the memory fades gently into the background, it makes room for another story. Another soft moment waiting patiently in the dark, ready to be remembered. Some nights leave behind a quiet echo that never truly fades. They return in soft fragments, like a half-remembered dream. And no matter how much time passes, the feeling lingers. Gentle, distant, and unsettling in the calmest possible way. I was about 14 years old then, living temporarily in my aunt's house, a place that always felt a little too large when the lights were off. That night had been unremarkable in every way. The kind of ordinary evening where nothing feels important enough to remember. I climbed into my bunk bed, the familiar creak of the frame settling beneath me, and let sleep come naturally. The house was quiet, wrapped in that deep, heavy stillness that only arrives well after midnight. At some point, I drifted into a shallow sleep, the kind where sounds slip easily into your dreams. That's when I heard it, the soft click of my bedroom door opening. It wasn't loud or sudden, just a gentle movement, like someone being careful not to wake anyone. My eyes fluttered open slightly, just enough to see without being obvious. The room was dim, lit only by faint shadows stretching across the walls. A figure stood near the doorway. A man, wearing a hoodie, unfamiliar and out of place. He moved slowly, quietly, as though he were searching for something. My heart began to beat faster, but my body stayed completely still. Every instinct told me not to move, not to breathe too loudly, not to let him know I was awake. Moments later, another figure appeared behind him. This second man paused, glanced around the room, and spoke in a low voice, soft, but clear enough to reach me. He said something about it being a child's room. After that, the air changed. The room fell into a silence so complete it felt heavy, pressing down on my chest. Neither of them spoke again for a while, and that quiet was somehow worse than any noise. I kept my breathing slow and even, pretending to be deep asleep. Time stretched in strange ways, each second feeling longer than the last. Then I felt it, the faint creak of the bunk bed shifting. The mattress dipped slightly, just enough to tell me someone had climbed onto it. I didn't open my eyes, but I knew. I could feel the presence above me, close, observing, waiting. One of them murmured softly, almost casually, that they were just making sure I was asleep. Those words settled into me like cold air. I stayed still, holding on to the fragile hope that pretending was enough, that this would pass if I didn't move. And then, suddenly, the quiet shattered. The house alarm blared to life, sharp and overwhelming, filling every corner of the house. Footsteps thundered away from my room, hurried and panicked, fading down the hallway and out of the house. The door slammed shut, and just like that, the presence was gone. Later, I learned what had happened, that a group of men had broken into the house through the doggy door. That explanation made sense, logically. But logic didn't erase the memory of that night. It didn't take away the feeling of being watched, or the way fear can sit quietly beside you without making a sound. Even now, sleep comes a little differently. I'm more aware of the quiet, more attentive to the small sounds houses make at night. But I also learned something then, that fear can pass, that safety can return, and that morning light always finds its way back into the room. And as the house settles once more into silence, the memory drifts away again, making room for the next story waiting softly in the dark. Some memories arrive softly, like drifting fog, while others stay sharp no matter how many years pass. This one never faded for me. Even now, when the room is quiet and the lights are low, it feels as if it's waiting patiently in the dark. I was very young when it began, no more than 4 years old, living in a small house where nighttime felt endlessly large. That was the first night my parents decided I was old enough to sleep on my own. They set up a baby monitor in their room, one that would gently vibrate if I cried, and reassured me everything would be fine. The house settled into silence as they turned off the lights, leaving me alone with the soft hum of the night and the slow rhythm of my breathing. My room felt unfamiliar without anyone nearby. The shadows on the walls stretched longer than they had during the day, shaped by moonlight slipping through the window. I lay in bed, staring quietly into the darkness, trying to convince myself that nothing had changed. The closet door sat closed on the right side of the room, its shape barely visible, blending into the night. Then, very slowly, it began to open. At first, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. The door creaked open by the smallest amount, as if nudged by an unseen hand. From the narrow gap emerged something bright against the darkness. A red sock puppet, its fabric worn and soft, with a stiff green yarn mohawk sticking up from its head. Its eyes were a dull mustard yellow, unblinking and fixed directly on me. Fear rushed through me instantly. I screamed with everything I had, my voice breaking the quiet of the house. The moment blurred after that. My parents rushing in, the light snapping on, the closet standing open and empty. They comforted me, told me it was just a dream, and stayed until I fell asleep again. But something had already rooted itself deep inside my thoughts. The puppet didn't stay in the closet. It followed me into my dreams. Night after night, it appeared, never loud, never rushed, always calm in a way that made it worse. I gave it a name without really meaning to. Muppety. A simple name, one that made it feel real. He wasn't like imaginary friends you hear about. He didn't comfort or play kindly. Sometimes he would take something small, a toy, a doll, and the next morning it would be gone, nowhere to be found. As I grew older, the dreams changed, becoming more vivid, more detailed. By the time I was 6, I had been given an old phone my dad no longer used, stripped of everything but simple games. I kept it on my nightstand every night, placing it carefully beside my bed before sleeping, as if it grounded me to something safe and familiar. One night, I dreamed of Muppety again. In the dream, he appeared near the closet, holding my phone in his small fabric hand. Without a sound, he turned and ran back into the darkness between the hanging clothes. I followed him, panic bubbling up inside me, desperate to get it back. When I stepped into the closet, the space didn't feel like a closet anymore. The floor vanished beneath me. I found myself somewhere vast and glowing, the air heavy and unreal, colors too intense for a child's mind to understand. Muppety stood near the edge of a deep, fiery pit, tossing my phone away as if it meant nothing. Other puppets, shapes made of cloth and button eyes, held me in place, gentle but firm, preventing me from moving. I remember the feeling more than the image. Helplessness, confusion, and a quiet certainty that I didn't belong there. When I woke up, the morning light streamed through my window like nothing had happened. But my nightstand was empty. The phone was gone. I searched my bed, the floor, the closet. Nothing. I asked my dad if he had taken it. He hadn't seen it. No one had. Years passed. We moved out of that house more than a decade ago. While packing up our belongings, I checked every box, every corner, every forgotten space, half expecting to finally find that phone tucked away somewhere impossible. It never appeared. Now, as an adult, I still don't like the dark. Closets make me uneasy. Puppets make my skin crawl. Some things, once seen or dreamed, never really leave us. They simply grow quiet, waiting for the night to fall again. And as this memory gently fades, the darkness settles back into calm, making space for the next story to drift softly into view. Some places seem quiet on the surface, as though they're resting. But every so often, they breathe back, softly, gently, just enough to be noticed. This story is about one of those places, tucked deep into the woods, where silence never truly stands alone. A few years ago, I traveled to New Hampshire with my boyfriend and his parents. They worked on the road and had arranged for us to stay with them and a few family friends for about 2 weeks. The house we stayed in sat far from any main road, surrounded by tall trees that closed in tightly, especially at night. During the day, sunlight filtered through the leaves in thin, golden threads. At night, the woods became a single dark shape, humming faintly with insects and distant wind. From the very beginning, there was a quiet understanding that the house carried stories. Nothing dramatic, just small things people mentioned casually. Footsteps when no one was walking, doors opening on their own, lights that sometimes flicked on or off without explanation. These were told almost fondly, like old habits of the house rather than something threatening. Still, the air inside always felt watchful, calm, but attentive. One evening, my boyfriend, his sister, and I were upstairs in the bedroom we were all sharing. The house was quiet except for the low murmur of voices downstairs and the soft rustle of trees outside the windows. I had one of those novelty ghost apps on my phone, something I'd downloaded ages ago and never taken seriously. Out of boredom and curiosity, we decided to turn it on, half laughing, expecting nothing at all. His sister mentioned, almost offhandedly, that when she was upstairs alone, the bedroom door sometimes opened by itself. That detail lingered in the room longer than it should have. The hallway outside was dim, the carpet thick and slightly worn, the door heavy enough that it usually took a small push to open fully. As a joke, at least we told ourselves it was, we said softly that if anything was there, it could open the door, and we promised we'd leave it alone afterward. The room stayed still for a few seconds. Then, slowly, the door began to move. It didn't creak. It didn't slam. It simply swung open, steady and deliberate, until it rested against the wall. My boyfriend and I just stared at each other, hearts pounding quietly, neither of us speaking. The carpet should have resisted it. Gravity alone shouldn't have been enough. I finally stood and walked to the doorway, peering down the stairs, half expecting laughter or footsteps. Instead, I saw his sister halfway up the stairs, holding a plate of pizza with both hands, moving carefully so she wouldn't spill anything. She couldn't have touched the door even if she wanted to. Later, she told me something she hadn't said at the time. When I stepped into the hallway, she glanced toward the bathroom at the end of it. In the darkness, she thought she saw a figure standing silently inside the bathtub, still, upright, and watching. By the time she looked again, the space was empty. That night settled strangely. Everyone eventually went to bed, the house growing quiet once more. The kind of quiet that feels layered, like it's listening as much as resting. Sometime later, my boyfriend told me he struggled to sleep. When he closed his eyes, he heard movement, quick footsteps running up the stairs, straight toward the room. Then came 3 loud knocks against the nightstand beside the bed. Sharp, sudden, and unmistakable. Nothing followed. No voices. No footsteps afterward. Just silence returning, thicker than before. Morning came, as it always does. Sunlight softened the corners of the house, and everything felt normal again, almost peaceful. We stayed for the remainder of the trip, and nothing quite like that happened again. Still, the house never felt empty. It felt shared. And as the woods swallowed the sounds of the day and night once more, we left with the sense that some places don't need to scare you to be remembered. They simply wait quietly, holding their stories, until the next one begins. Some houses feel quiet in a way that settles your nerves. Others feel quiet in a way that listens back. This story takes place in that second kind of silence, where every sound seems just a little too intentional, and every empty room feels aware. We had just moved into the house at the end of summer, tucked away in a rural stretch of road where neighbors were far apart and nights arrived early. It was the kind of place where you could hear the wind move through tall grass, where evenings felt wide and still. During the day, sunlight filled the rooms generously, but once the sun dipped, the house seemed to breathe differently. I spent most of those days alone while my mother worked late and my stepfather stayed behind at our old place. I told myself the quiet was temporary, just part of adjusting to something new. At first, the sounds were easy to dismiss. A soft creak here, a distant knock there. Old houses settle, floors expand and contract, pipes shift. I told myself all of that while sitting at the kitchen table, listening to the faint hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of a clock that seemed louder than it should have been. Being alone can make the mind wander, especially in unfamiliar rooms. I chalked it up to nerves, but over time, patterns began to form. The noises didn't come from everywhere. They came from specific places. The crawl space in the basement, with its small window facing the yard. The spare bedroom closet, where an attic ladder folded neatly into the ceiling. And the loft closet upstairs, narrow and dark, with a door that never quite stayed closed. Every so often, I would check those spaces carefully, convincing myself that facing the unknown was better than imagining it. Each time, I found nothing. Dust. Silence. Stillness. What unsettled me wasn't just the sounds, but the feeling that followed them. A sense that the house wasn't empty when it should have been. Like walking into a room where someone had just been moments before, the air slightly disturbed, the quiet too alert. There was history, too. Family history that lingered quietly, never fully explained. Years before, my mother had been involved with someone who struggled to let go. Someone whose presence had crossed boundaries, whose attention had turned into something obsessive. It wasn't something she liked to talk about, and I never pressed her. Still, the fragments I knew were enough to leave a shadow in the back of my mind. One afternoon in early September, I went down to the basement to store some boxes from the move. The crawl space door was already open, which struck me as odd. I didn't remember leaving it that way. Kneeling down, I pushed a box inside, and that's when I noticed something out of place. Small scraps, wrappers, the unmistakable signs that someone had been there recently. Not animals, not old debris, something intentional. The house felt different after that. Heavier. I locked doors more carefully. I listened more closely. Sleep became shallow, broken by half-dreams and the soft creak of settling wood. A few nights later, I noticed the attic ladder had been lowered. Slowly, cautiously, I moved through the house, my heart steady but alert. When I reached my room, I froze. Someone was standing there, not rushing, not hiding, just present, as if he believed he belonged. The moment stretched quietly, unreal in its calm. What followed happened quickly but remains blurred in my memory. Movement, instinct, the sound of my own breath louder than anything else. I found safety behind a locked door, a phone in my hand, and the steady reassurance of a voice on the other end. The house returned to silence after that. A real silence this time. Later, I learned the truth. The person had been living in the spaces between walls, in the overlooked corners of the house, guided by a belief that had grown far beyond reason. The authorities took care of the rest. The house was cleared, the doors secured. The quiet returned, this time without tension. Today, when I think back on that house, I don't feel fear so much as relief. Relief that awareness arrived in time. Relief that silence, once broken, can be reclaimed. And as the night grows still again, as the walls around you remain peacefully unmoving, this story fades softly into the dark, making room for the next quiet moment, and the next story waiting just beyond it. Some moments don't announce themselves with fear. They arrive quietly, hidden in ordinary things. A photograph, a familiar room, a passing glance. And long after the moment has passed, they linger, softly reminding you that not everything reveals itself all at once. It started on a calm afternoon, the kind of day that feels gently unremarkable. My mother had just bought a new couch, and like most people do, she wanted to share it. The living room was still settling into itself, boxes tucked into corners, sunlight stretching lazily across the floor, the air filled with that faint, comforting scent of new fabric and fresh beginnings. She stood back, lifted her phone, and took a photo. The image was warm and ordinary. A cozy couch centered in the frame. The familiar clock mounted on the wall. Nothing out of place. She sent the photo to my aunt without another thought, and for a while, the picture lived quietly on her phone, just another snapshot of daily life. It wasn't until later that evening that the mood shifted. Softly, almost politely. My aunt messaged back, her words careful and uncertain. She asked if we had noticed anything unusual. At first, we were confused. The photo was pulled up again, studied with casual curiosity. We looked at the couch, the cushions, the shadows along the walls. Then she pointed it out. The clock. At first, it was hard to see. Just a suggestion of shape within the glass. A pattern that might have been dismissed as reflection or lighting. But once our eyes adjusted, the image settled into something unmistakable. A face. Subtle, but present. The outline of a man, his features oddly square, his expression frozen in a way that felt unfinished. He didn't look angry. He didn't look alive, either. Just still, watching from behind the clock face, as though the glass were thinner than it should have been. When we finally saw it clearly, the room seemed to grow quieter. My heart sank gently, not with panic, but with that slow, heavy realization that something wasn't quite right. The house hadn't changed, but the way we looked at it had. 4 days afterward, I found myself glancing at the clock without meaning to, listening more closely to the soft creaks of the house settling at night, paying attention to reflections in windows, screens, polished surfaces. Nothing else appeared. No sounds. No movements. Just the memory of that image lingering in the background of my thoughts. Time passed. Weeks turned into months, then into years. We continued to visit the house occasionally, once or twice a year, and for the most part, it remained peaceful, familiar. The kind of place that holds laughter and quiet conversations, where nothing feels overtly wrong, except for one small thing. One day, we left the house early in the morning for a short trip, just a simple outing. When we returned later that evening, the front door was open, not forced, not damaged, just open. Inside, everything was exactly where we left it. Expensive items sat untouched on the table near the door. Nothing missing. No signs of anyone having been there. The air felt the same. Still, almost patient. We closed the door and said very little. Since then, nothing else has happened. No faces. No strange sounds. No disturbances. And yet, that photograph still exists. Frozen in time. A quiet reminder that sometimes the most unsettling moments don't come with answers, only questions that gently follow you. And as the house settles back into silence, as the clock continues its steady ticking, the night feels calm once more. Still. But somewhere between 1 second and the next, you can't help but wonder what else might be waiting, quietly, patiently, for the next story to begin. Some moments arrive quietly, wrapped in ordinary days. They don't announce themselves with noise or fear. They simply linger, waiting to be noticed later, when the house is still. This was one of those moments. It began on a calm afternoon, the kind that feels comfortably forgettable. My mom had just bought a new couch, a soft, neutral piece that filled the living room with a faint scent of fresh fabric. Sunlight filtered gently through the windows, settling across the cushions and warming the quiet space. Nothing felt unusual. Nothing felt wrong. She took a photo of the couch to send to my aunt, wanting to share the small excitement of something new. The room looked peaceful in the picture, tidy, familiar, and still. When she sent it, we glanced at it ourselves, smiling briefly, then moved on with our day. At the time, it was just another photo, just another moment. Hours later, my aunt replied. She didn't comment on the couch. Instead, she asked a question that felt strangely out of place. She asked who the man was. We were confused. There was no man in the house that day. No visitors. No reflections in mirrors. When she sent the photo back, marked carefully, our attention was drawn away from the couch and toward something we hadn't noticed before. The clock, mounted quietly on the wall, its glass face reflected more than time. Inside the shadowed curve of the clock's surface, a shape formed, subtle, faint, but undeniably human. A face, half-shaped by light and shadow. Square at the edges, unfamiliar, its features just clear enough to unsettle the mind without fully revealing themselves. It wasn't aggressive. It wasn't expressive. It simply appeared to be watching. My heart sank in that slow, heavy way that doesn't rush, but settles deep in your chest. The longer I looked, the more my imagination tried to fill in the blanks. It reminded me of someone real, someone solid, but distorted, softened, as though seen through fog or water. We stared at the photo for a long time. Too long. The house around us remained quiet. No sounds followed. No lights flickered. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, as if it had always done exactly this, kept time and secrets perfectly. Days passed, then weeks. Nothing else happened. Life continued with its gentle routines. We sat on the couch. We watched television. The clock remained where it was, marking the hours with calm precision. Slowly, the image faded from our immediate thoughts, drifting into the background like a half-remembered dream. Still, something subtle changed. Whenever the house fell quiet, my eyes would wander toward that clock, not in fear, just awareness. The kind that stays with you when something has quietly shifted your understanding of a familiar space. A year passed, then another. One day, we left the house early in the morning for a short trip. The sun was already high, the air calm. When we returned later that afternoon, the front door stood open just slightly, as though it had been gently pulled inward and left that way. Nothing inside was disturbed. Valuables sat untouched on the table, exactly where we had left them. No signs of struggle. No missing items. Just the door open, patient, silent. We closed it, locked it, and moved on. Since then, the house has remained peaceful. No footsteps in the night. No sounds from empty rooms. No reflections where they shouldn't be. Just a quiet home, filled with familiar furniture and steady routines. And yet, sometimes, when the room grows still and the light shifts just right, I think about that photo. About how something so small, so easily missed, can stay with you longer than anything loud or dramatic ever could. Because the quiet moments are the ones that linger. And as this memory gently settles, we drift onward into the next story, where another house waits. Another night breathes slowly, and something unseen listens patiently in the dark. Some memories arrive softly, like a whisper carried on night air. They don't shout or demand attention. They simply settle beside you, quiet and patient, waiting to be remembered. This is one of those memories. I was 15 when this happened, though I wasn't actually home that night. I was staying with my dad, unaware that a small, unsettling moment was unfolding somewhere else. Still, the story has stayed with me, lingering in the corners of my thoughts, especially in the quiet hours before sleep. At the time, my mom and I lived in a modest duplex in Sedgwick County. It wasn't the kind of place you describe as peaceful, but it wasn't openly dangerous either. Just one of those neighborhoods where the air always felt slightly tense, as if everyone was listening for something without quite knowing what. The buildings were close together, the streets dimly lit, and the sounds of evening carried farther than they should have. That night, the sky had already gone dark, and the world outside had settled into its usual rhythm. The distant hum of traffic drifted through the air. Somewhere nearby, a television murmured behind thin walls. My mom was inside, moving through the quiet routine of a late evening, when she began to notice something off. It started as a faint sound near my bedroom window. Not loud, not urgent, just enough to catch her attention. A soft shuffle, a pause, then another sound, as if someone were standing too close to the glass. At first, she told herself it was nothing, perhaps a passing neighbor, or the house settling as it cooled. But the sound came again. Slowly, carefully, she approached the window and looked outside. What she saw made the night feel suddenly smaller. A man stood there, close to the glass. He appeared to be middle-aged, his face flushed, his clothes casual and worn. There was nothing dramatic about him at first glance. No mask, no weapon, no sudden movement. Just a stranger standing far too close, staring in with intent curiosity. When my mom spoke to him, her voice steady but cautious, he asked a simple question. "Who lives here?" She didn't answer. Something about the way he asked made her instincts rise quietly, like a warning bell ringing somewhere deep inside. The man pressed again, his tone shifting, becoming sharper, more impatient. He didn't seem interested in her, not really. His focus felt misplaced. as if she were only an obstacle between him and something else. She refused to give him what he wanted. The air between them grew heavy. His voice tightened. His questions became demands. Each word landed a little harder than the last, carrying an edge that didn't need to be loud to feel dangerous. My mom stood her ground, her hand hovering near her phone, already preparing herself to call for help. And then, just as quietly as he had arrived, the man stepped back. Without another word, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness of the street. Not toward any familiar home. Not in a direction that made sense. Just gone. Later, neighbors mentioned seeing him too, briefly, and then not at all. No one recognized him. No one knew where he came from, and no one ever saw him again. When my mom told me the story afterward, her voice was calm, but I could hear the careful control in it. The kind people use when they don't want fear to take shape out loud. I remember sitting still, listening, imagining my bedroom window as she described it. The exact place where I would have been sleeping. That's when the questions began to linger. Why that window? Why that night? I replayed my routines in my mind. Walking around the neighborhood. Standing still for a moment too long while playing a game on my phone. Laughing unaware in plain sight. Maybe he noticed me once. Maybe he followed without me realizing. Or maybe it was all coincidence, and that uncertainty is what makes the memory so persistent. We've moved since then. The duplex is no longer part of my daily life. The walls, the window, the quiet street, they exist only in memory now. And yet, sometimes, when the night is especially still, I think about how close that moment came to being something else entirely. Nothing truly terrible happened. No doors were broken. No voices raised in panic. Just a brief crossing of paths that never fully connected. But even now, the thought remains gentle and unsettling in equal measure. A reminder that safety often reveals itself only after the danger has already passed. And as the night deepens, and the world outside your window grows quieter, this story drifts back into the darkness, making space for the next whisper, the next memory, waiting patiently to be told. The night has a way of stretching itself thin, especially when you're left alone inside it. Some memories soften with time, but others stay sharp, like a quiet echo that never quite fades. It happened years ago, yet when I think back, the darkness of that night still feels close enough to touch. We were driving through a part of town that never truly slept, but never felt awake either. The streets were poorly lit, the buildings pressed in close, and the air felt heavy with things unspoken. I had been drinking, my emotions loose and unguarded, and anger had slowly risen in me as the truth about my friend's boyfriend sat between us in the car. I couldn't stay silent anymore. My words spilled out, careless and heated, filling the small space with tension. Without warning, the car slowed, then stopped. He told me to get out. I remember the way the door closed behind me, the sound too final for such a quiet street. The car pulled away, its lights disappearing into the dark, leaving me standing there in a cheetah print dress and black heels, surrounded by silence. The road stretched ahead of me, barely visible, and behind me there was nothing but shadow. I took a breath, steadying myself, and started walking. Each step felt louder than it should have. My heels clicked against the pavement, echoing in a way that made me feel exposed. The darkness pressed in from both sides, and the world felt far too empty. After walking for a while, something urged me to look back. I don't know why. Maybe instinct. Maybe fear finally catching up. That's when I saw him. At first, he was just a shape moving behind me, blending into the night. But as I walked faster, he did too. The distance between us slowly closed, and my heartbeat began to drown out everything else. The air felt colder, thicker. I slipped my heels off and held them tightly in my hands, the pavement rough beneath my feet as I began to run. The road ahead felt endless. My breath came fast and shallow, my thoughts blurring together. I could hear him now, footsteps keeping time with mine. When I dared to glance back again, I saw his face clearly enough to recognize something deeply wrong in his expression. His eyes were empty in a way that made my stomach drop, as if whatever kindness should have been there had been swallowed whole by the dark. I yelled for him to stay back, my voice shaking but loud, gripping my heels like fragile weapons. I didn't stop moving. I couldn't. Every second felt stretched thin, every step a small act of survival. The world seemed unreal, like I was running through a nightmare that refused to end. Then, slowly, the darkness began to loosen its grip. Streetlights appeared. Houses. Distant sounds of life. I ran toward them with everything I had left, and somewhere along the way, the footsteps behind me faded. When I finally looked back again, he was gone, absorbed by the shadows he came from. I didn't stop running until I reached home. When I finally closed the door behind me, the quiet felt different, safer. I sat there for a long time, listening to my breathing return to normal, my hands still trembling. Even now, that night lives quietly in the back of my mind. Not loudly, not violently, just as a reminder. Some roads teach you how precious light really is, and how strong you can be when you keep moving forward, even when the dark tries to follow. And as this memory gently settles, we drift onward, into the next quiet story waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. It's strange how quiet places can hold the heaviest echoes. Sometimes the most unsettling moments aren't loud or sudden, but slow, lingering, and only fully understood much later, when it's already over. A few months ago, a close friend of mine bought a small house tucked into a neat little housing complex. It was the kind of place where every driveway looked the same, where porches lined up evenly, and where evenings were usually calm and predictable. At first, she was excited to finally have a space of her own. The air felt fresh, the streets felt safe, and everything seemed ordinary enough to fade into routine. But even early on, there was one thing that didn't quite blend into the peaceful atmosphere. From time to time, she would hear raised voices coming from the neighboring house. Arguments, sharp and emotional, drifting through open windows or carrying faintly across the cul-de-sac. She wasn't the only one who noticed. Other neighbors heard it too. It became an uncomfortable background noise, something no one wanted to acknowledge for too long, something easy to dismiss once the shouting stopped and the night settled again. Winter had settled in by then, and the days felt shorter than usual. One afternoon, after work, my friend turned into her street and immediately sensed something was wrong. The quiet she was used to had been replaced by flashing lights, parked vehicles, and unfamiliar silhouettes standing near her neighbor's home. A police car. An ambulance. The cold air felt heavier as she stepped out of her car, confusion slowly turning into dread. As she stood there, she learned what had happened. The neighbor, the same man whose voice had echoed through the walls so many times, had taken his girlfriend's life. The words didn't feel real at first, as if they belonged to someone else's story. She spoke with the officers, telling them she had still heard him shouting only a couple of days earlier. Angry, loud, unmistakably alive. When the investigator later came to formally speak with her, his calm tone made the details feel even more unsettling. He explained that the woman had been gone for quite some time before she was found. Long enough that winter's cold hadn't preserved what little clarity remained. Long enough that simple things, like identifying marks, were no longer possible. And that was when the quiet horror settled in. The realization arrived gently, almost too gently, like a slow wave. The shouting my friend had heard, the arguments that sounded so familiar, they hadn't been arguments at all. Not anymore. For days, perhaps longer, the raised voice next door had been speaking into emptiness, into a space where no one could answer back. The house across the way, the one that looked just like all the others, had been holding on to that silence while pretending nothing was wrong. What unsettled her even more was what came next, or rather, what didn't. The man wasn't immediately taken away. For a time, he continued to live there, behind the same walls, under the same roof. It wasn't until the woman's brother stepped in, reclaiming the home that was legally hers, that the man finally left. After that, the neighborhood slowly returned to its familiar stillness. The flashing lights disappeared. The voices stopped. The house became just another quiet building in the row, blending back into the background as if nothing had ever happened. But for my friend, and for those who knew the story, the silence never felt the same again. Every now and then, especially on cold evenings, she'd find herself listening a little more closely, wondering how many sounds we hear without truly understanding them, wondering how often something terrible hides behind what feels ordinary. And as the night deepens, and the world grows quieter around us, that thought lingers softly, drifting along with the darkness. leading us gently into the next story waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. It's strange how the quietest nights can carry the heaviest memories. Even now, when everything is calm and still, I sometimes think back to that neighborhood and the way silence never truly meant peace there. It's the kind of memory that drifts in softly, like a distant echo you can't quite place, but never really forget. Back then, the place I lived felt worn down, not just by time, but by exhaustion. The streets were narrow and dim, the houses close together, as if they were leaning on one another for support. At night, the glow of streetlights barely reached the sidewalks, and everything seemed muted. Colors, sounds, even emotions. It was the sort of area where people learned to mind their own business, not out of indifference, but out of quiet self-preservation. Our neighbor lived just close enough that his presence was always felt. He was a troubled man, someone everyone recognized but no one truly knew. Police cars came and went from his place so often that the sound of sirens became almost routine, blending into the background of everyday life. There were arguments, raised voices, and moments where the tension felt thick in the air, especially during the evenings when the world was trying to settle into rest. More than once, those arguments crossed a line. Neighbors, including us, called for help when things became too intense to ignore. The police would arrive, take statements, and leave again. It was always the same pattern: brief intervention followed by silence. The city struggled, stretched thin, and resources for mental health and safety felt distant and unreachable. Nothing ever seemed to change, no matter how serious things became. One night, long after the world outside had gone quiet, I woke to unexpected sounds. Doors opening, voices low and urgent, flashing lights painting soft blue and red patterns across the walls. I didn't need to look outside to know what was happening. The atmosphere felt different this time, heavier, as if something final had settled over the street. Later, a police officer spoke softly, almost matter-of-factly, and said words I still hear clearly. It had finally gone too far. The days that followed felt unreal. The house next door stood still, curtains drawn, windows dark. Neighbors whispered in passing, their voices hushed, careful. For a brief moment, it seemed like the street itself was holding its breath, waiting for justice, or at least for safety. But that moment didn't last. Not long after, the familiar figure was back. Explanations were given. Words like accident floated through conversations, thin and unsatisfying. Life resumed its strange rhythm, as if the weight of what had happened was simply too expensive, too inconvenient to fully address. People locked their doors a little tighter and avoided eye contact, choosing quiet over questions. Eventually, I moved on from that place, carrying the memory with me like a shadow that only appears at night. Time has softened the sharp edges, but the unease still lingers, a reminder of how fragile safety can be, and how easily darkness can hide behind routine. As the night grows calmer now, and the world outside settles into stillness, that memory fades back into the distance. Just one story among many, drifting gently into the quiet. And somewhere beyond this moment, another tale waits, ready to unfold just as softly. There are some stories that don't raise their voice. They don't rely on shadows in hallways or footsteps behind you. They simply sit with you, quietly, and stay there long after the lights are off. I first heard about him late one night, when the world outside felt still and unimportant. Rain tapped softly against the window, and the house was settled into that gentle silence that only comes after midnight. I wasn't looking for anything frightening. I was just reading, scrolling, letting my thoughts drift. And then I came across his name, Clive Waring. At first, it sounded ordinary enough. A musician. A man who loved music deeply, who once lived a full and vibrant life. But as I read on, the room seemed to grow quieter, as if even the air was listening. Clive had contracted a virus, something unseen, something microscopic, that quietly altered the architecture of his mind. It didn't take his intelligence. It didn't take his ability to speak, or play, or feel. What it took was time itself. Clive lives without the ability to form new memories. Not minutes, not hours, seconds. Imagine existing in a world where each moment fades almost as soon as it arrives, where the present slips away before it has time to settle. For him, life is a series of awakenings, each one feeling like the very first. He keeps a diary. That detail stays with me. The pages are filled with entries written just moments apart. Each one begins the same way, written with urgency, with certainty. I am awake now. This is my first moment of consciousness. And then, almost immediately, those lines are crossed out. Not because they are wrong, but because, to him, they no longer exist. The act of writing them is forgotten before the ink has time to dry. I imagine him sitting quietly, pen in hand, surrounded by proof of a life he cannot remember living. Every crossed-out sentence a whisper from a version of himself that vanished seconds ago. Time, for Clive, does not flow. It resets. Again, and again, and again. What unsettles me most isn't fear in the traditional sense. There is no threat here. No monster waiting in the dark. Only the idea of being fully awake, yet eternally new to your own existence. He recognizes his wife, not through memory, but through emotion. Each time he sees her, he greets her with overwhelming love, as if she has been gone for years, even if she stepped out of the room moments before. For him, every reunion is a miracle. Every goodbye, unknowable. The world continues around him, clocks ticking, days passing, seasons changing, but he remains suspended in a fragile bubble of now. No past to reflect on, No future to anticipate. Just the present, endlessly restarting. When I finished reading, I closed my phone and let the darkness settle back in. The rain was still there. The house was still quiet. My memories were intact. And yet, I lay there for a long time, grateful for something I had never questioned before. The gentle continuity of time, the comfort of remembering who I was just a moment ago. Some stories don't chase you. They simply remind you how thin the line is between awareness and oblivion. And as the night carries on, and this thought slowly drifts away, we move gently forward into the next quiet story, waiting patiently in the dark. Some stories don't frighten you with shadows or sudden sounds. They settle quietly into your thoughts, lingering there long after the lights are out. This is one of those stories, gentle on the surface, yet endlessly unsettling in its stillness. A story about time standing perfectly, endlessly still. I first encountered it years ago, sitting in a softly lit classroom during a sociology lecture. Outside the windows, the day was calm and ordinary. The kind of afternoon that gives no warning that something profound is about to enter your life. The hum of the projector filled the room as our professor introduced a documentary, his voice low and measured. He told us it was about a man named Clive and about memory, what it means to have it, and what happens when it slips away. The film unfolded slowly, almost tenderly. Clive was a musician, once immersed in melodies and structure, now living in a world that renewed itself every few seconds. A virus had quietly altered his mind, leaving him unable to form new memories. Each moment arrived fresh, untouched by the one before it. For him, consciousness was not a flowing river, but a series of gentle drops, endlessly beginning again. What struck me first was the calm. There was no panic in his voice, no fear in his movements. Instead, there was wonder. Again and again, he would look around as if opening his eyes for the very first time. He kept a notebook nearby, its pages filled with neat handwriting. Each entry announced his awakening, declaring that he was finally conscious, finally present. Just beneath it, older entries were crossed out, their meaning already lost to him. Watching him turn those pages was quietly haunting. He would read a line, pause, and seem to absorb a fragment of understanding. For a moment, there was awareness, just enough to grasp that something had happened to him. And then, like a soft wave washing over sand, it would disappear. The pen would move again. A new declaration. Another beginning. The most unforgettable moments came when his wife entered the room. Each time, without fail, his face transformed. His eyes brightened, his smile widened, and joy bloomed across his expression as if seeing her for the first time in his life. There was no fading familiarity, no dulling of affection, only pure delight, renewed endlessly. Strangers were greeted the same way, with warmth and openness, as though the world itself was always new and kind. In a strange way, his life appeared peaceful. There was no anticipation of tomorrow, no weight of yesterday, no regrets, no long-held worries. Just now, just this moment, over and over again. The documentary never raised its voice, never needed to. The quiet repetition was enough to make the room feel still, almost suspended. Long after the screen faded to black and the class moved on, the feeling stayed with me. Not fear in the usual sense, but something softer and deeper. The idea of existing without continuity, of waking up endlessly, forever certain that this moment, this very second, is the first true one. It was gentle, it was calm, and somehow it was more unsettling than any ghost story I'd ever heard. Even now, when the world grows quiet at night, I sometimes think about Clive, about consciousness restarting like a candle being relit again and again, without memory of the flame before it. And as that thought slowly drifts through the darkness, it fades seamlessly into the next story waiting just beyond the edge of sleep. Some moments stay with you not because they were loud or dramatic, but because they were quiet in a way that feels impossible to explain. This is one of those moments. The kind that unfolds slowly, gently, and leaves a soft echo in your thoughts long after it's over. I was in college at the time, working evenings at a small retail store tucked inside a quiet shopping mall. By the time my shift ended, most of the mall had already fallen asleep. The lights in the corridors dimmed, footsteps became rare, and the air itself seemed to settle into stillness. Closing alone was something I had done before, and that night felt no different at first. Predictable, almost comforting in its routine. I locked the front doors, pulled the metal gate into place, and listened to the familiar hum of the mall's ventilation system. It was the kind of background noise that fades into nothing once you've heard it enough times. The store felt empty but not unsettling. Just quiet shelves, folded clothes, and fluorescent lights humming softly overhead. Before leaving, I carried a few items to the back room. It wasn't much of a room, really. Just a small stock area with shelves lining the walls and, in the center, a simple card table with 4 mismatched chairs. It was where employees took breaks, ate lunches, or sat for a moment when their feet got tired. The chairs were always tucked loosely around the table, never in any particular order. I remember that clearly, because I walked past them without a second thought. I placed the items on a shelf, glanced briefly around the room, and went back out front to finish closing procedures. Counting the register, straightening a few last displays, checking the lock one more time. 10 minutes passed, maybe a little more, though time feels different when you're alone. Slower, softer. Eventually, I realized I had left my coat in the back room. I turned off a few more lights and walked down the narrow hallway, my footsteps echoing faintly against the tile. The door to the stockroom was just ahead, slightly ajar, the light inside still on. When I stepped through the doorway, I stopped without meaning to. The room felt different. Not colder, not darker, just subtly wrong, like when something familiar has shifted and your mind needs a moment to catch up. Then I saw the chairs. All four of them were no longer near the table. Instead, they were lined up several feet away, arranged in a perfectly straight row. Every chair was facing the doorway, facing me. They hadn't scraped or toppled. There were no marks on the floor. No sound had announced their movement. They were simply there, aligned with a precision that felt deliberate and patient, as if they had been waiting. I stood very still, listening. The mall hummed on, unaware. No footsteps, no voices, no signs that anyone else had been in the store. I tried to reason it away. Maybe I had moved them earlier. Maybe I was tired. But the certainty settled in quietly. I had not done this. And I had not been gone long enough for anyone else to do it either. My heart didn't race. It slowed. A deep, instinctive calm took over, the kind that tells you it's time to leave. I didn't step farther into the room. I didn't touch the chairs. I simply turned around and walked back out, gently but quickly, as if sudden movement might break something fragile. I called mall security from the front of the store. When they arrived, they searched every corner, behind racks, inside storage closets, even the ceiling access. The store was empty. They smiled politely and suggested that I must have moved the chairs and forgotten. Stress does that, they said. Long shifts. Late nights. I nodded and thanked them. It was easier than trying to explain the feeling that still lingered, like a faint pressure in the air. Nothing else happened that night. The chairs stayed where they were. The store stayed quiet. And I went home safely. But after that, I never worked another shift alone. Even now, when I think back on it, there's no fear attached. Just a soft unease. A reminder that sometimes, in quiet places, things can change without sound or reason, and leave behind only questions. And as this story fades gently into silence, we drift onward, into the next quiet moment, the next soft shadow, the next whisper waiting patiently in the dark. There are moments when fear doesn't arrive suddenly, but drifts in slowly, like cool air seeping through stone. Moments where the world becomes very small, very quiet, and time stretches thin. This is one of those moments I still remember clearly, even now, in the calm after years have passed. At the time, I was younger, curious, and far more confident than I needed to be. We were exploring a cave near Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri, a place known for its winding passages and worn stone tunnels. The air inside was cool and steady, carrying the faint scent of damp earth. Sounds felt muted, absorbed by the rock itself, and every movement echoed softly, then faded. It was the kind of environment that felt ancient, patient, and completely indifferent to who entered it. The tunnel I chose was well-traveled, narrow but familiar, smoothed by years of passing bodies and flowing water. I moved slowly, low to the ground, inching forward on my stomach. The space was tight, but manageable, just wide enough to keep going without much thought. My breathing was calm, controlled, and steady, syncing naturally with the quiet rhythm of the cave. After several yards, I noticed a shallow dip ahead. The ceiling lowered slightly, and the floor curved down just a few inches before rising again. It didn't look threatening, just another small obstacle. I paused for a moment, letting my eyes adjust, then gently eased myself forward. The stone was cool beneath me, smooth in places, textured in others. As I passed into the dip, I lowered my shoulders and pushed through. When I lifted my upper body on the other side, I suddenly stopped. Not sharply, not violently, just stopped. The ceiling pressed softly but firmly against my back. I didn't feel pain, just pressure. At first, I wasn't worried. I told myself to stay calm. There was room. I just needed to adjust. I tried shifting slightly, moving an inch here, an inch there. I felt the stone slide against my clothes, heard the faint scrape echo down the tunnel. I gained a little space, then tried again. This time, nothing changed. I paused, listening to my own breathing. It sounded louder now, as if the cave was holding onto each breath before letting it go. I decided to back up, to return the way I came and rethink my path. I pressed gently with my arms and legs. Nothing happened. That was the moment everything changed. Not in a rush, not in a scream, but in the quiet realization that movement was no longer immediate. My heart began to beat faster, not wildly, but insistently. The cave felt closer, heavier, as if the stone itself had leaned in to listen. I focused on staying calm. I told myself to move slowly, deliberately. I adjusted my position bit by bit, finding just enough space to slide backward. The rock brushed along my back, cool and smooth, grounding me in the reality of motion. Inch by inch, I worked my way out, breathing steadily, letting patience do what force could not. Eventually, the space widened. The pressure eased. The tunnel opened just enough for me to turn my head, then my shoulders, then finally my whole body. I rested there for a moment, lying still, feeling the cave return to silence around me. When I emerged fully, the air felt lighter, fresher, as if I had surfaced from deep water. My friends were there, their voices calm and familiar, the outside world waiting patiently beyond the stone. We shared quiet laughter afterward, the kind that releases tension without naming it. Since then, I've learned something gentle but important. Some places are meant to be respected from a distance. I still appreciate the quiet mystery of caves, the way they hold stories in their walls, but I prefer to admire them without crawling too far inside. And as this memory settles back into the dark, peaceful corners of the mind, we can let it fade softly, like footsteps retreating down a long stone passage, making room for the next quiet story waiting just ahead. Some stories arrive quietly, like a breath you don't notice until the room feels different. They don't shout or rush. They simply settle in and stay with you long after the night grows still. I worked with her long before I knew what she had survived. To me, she was calm, soft-spoken, the kind of person who listened more than she spoke. We shared long, quiet shifts at a call center, the kind where the hum of computers and distant voices blur into a steady, almost comforting background. Nothing about her suggested that her life had once been balanced on the edge of something unimaginably fragile. It was only much later that I learned the truth, and even then, it came gently. She didn't tell the story to shock or frighten. She told it the way someone might describe a distant storm, already past, still echoing faintly in memory. Years earlier, she had been living a very different life. She was married then, working as a nurse in a mental health ward, used to helping others navigate their darkest moments. From the outside, her life appeared stable, even hopeful. Inside the walls of her home, though, something unseen was slowly unraveling. One evening, ordinary in every way, that quiet tension finally broke. Her husband had reached a place where fear and despair twisted together, convincing him that the world was unbearable. In that moment, his thoughts turned dangerously inward and outward at the same time. Police would later describe it as a standoff, but she described it as time stretching thin, every second heavy and slow. There were voices outside the house, calm and distant, trying to hold the moment steady. Inside, everything felt unreal, like standing underwater, sounds muted and warped. Somehow, in a brief opening she still can't fully explain, she found the strength to move, to break free, to create just enough distance to survive. What followed ended suddenly, leaving silence where tension had been. The kind of silence that feels too large for a room. The kind that presses in on you long after the danger has passed. After that night, her life shifted completely. She could no longer return to her work in mental health. The very place where she had once helped others heal became too close to her own unhealed wounds. She left quietly, stepping away from a profession she had once loved. For a while, her home was no longer just a home. It was watched constantly, not for protection from danger, but from curiosity. Strangers wanted pieces of her story, fragments of pain turned into spectacle. Eventually, she changed her name, not to erase the past, but to give herself space to breathe without being recognized by it. I wouldn't have known any of this if not for one late shift at the call center. The phones were busy that night, voices heavy with exhaustion. One call came through from someone overwhelmed, frightened, unable to reach the help they were searching for. As I worked to keep that caller grounded, steady, and safe, I noticed my coworker nearby, very still, listening without meaning to. After the call ended, she sat with me in the quiet that followed. That was when she spoke. Not all at once. Just enough to explain why that moment had touched something deep inside her. Why she understood, perhaps better than anyone, how close despair can feel, and how vital it is to survive it. She didn't linger on the details. She didn't need to. The weight of what she had lived through was present in the softness of her voice, in the way she chose her words carefully, as if handling something delicate. Tonight, as this story settles beside you, remember that some of the most unsettling moments aren't loud or sudden. They happen quietly, behind closed doors, in places meant to feel safe. And yet, even there, survival is possible. Healing is possible. Life continues, softly, patiently, waiting to be lived again. And as this story fades into the background, like distant rain against a window, another waits just beyond it. Another quiet moment, another whisper from the dark, ready to unfold when you're ready to listen. Some stories don't rush at you. They arrive quietly, like a breeze through an open window at night. You don't notice them at first, until you realize they've been sitting with you the entire time. I first heard this story in passing, spoken softly, the way people talk when they're unsure whether a place can hear them listening. It came from a small village in Lebanon, tucked among familiar roads and ordinary homes. The kind of place where life moves slowly and neighbors recognize one another by routine rather than conversation. For decades, one family there lived almost entirely inward, rarely seen, rarely heard, their house standing still while the world around it gently changed. The home itself wasn't remarkable at a glance. Pale stone walls, a modest yard, windows that stayed closed more often than not. Yet people sensed something unusual long before anyone could name it. Neighbors noticed how quiet it always was. No visitors. No celebrations. No visible grief when losses were rumored to occur. Just a steady, uninterrupted silence that lingered year after year, like dust that never quite settles. Time passed. Seasons layered over one another. And then, one summer, that quiet finally broke. Authorities entered the house after concerns grew too heavy to ignore. Beneath the floors, hidden away behind a locked space few had ever suspected, they discovered what had been kept carefully out of sight. Several family members who had passed over the years had been placed there, each resting in stillness, preserved by secrecy and time. Some had died naturally, others under circumstances shaped by conflict and sorrow, all gathered together in that concealed room beneath the home. The eldest son had remained there all along, living above what he believed was a sacred responsibility. He spoke calmly, without visible distress, explaining that it was a family tradition, a wish to remain together even after life had faded. In his mind, he hadn't been hiding anything at all. He had simply been honoring what he believed was right. Above it all lived his mother, elderly and fragile, unaware or unable to fully understand what had been quietly held beneath her feet. She spent her days in familiar rooms, touched by sunlight through curtains, while history rested below in complete darkness. When the truth surfaced, there was no chaos, only a slow, careful unraveling. The family members were finally laid to rest properly. The mother was moved somewhere safe and gentle. The son was taken away without resistance. And the house, once sealed in whispers, became just another empty structure under the open sky. What lingered wasn't fear so much as a deep, unsettling stillness. The idea that an ordinary home could hold decades of unspoken moments. That grief, belief, and devotion could quietly reshape reality without a sound. It reminded me how some horrors don't announce themselves. They wait patiently, hidden beneath the floorboards of everyday life. And as that thought fades, like footsteps receding down a long hallway, the night grows calm again, ready to carry us gently into the next story. Some moments stay quiet in the memory, not because they were loud or chaotic, but because of how close they came to becoming something else entirely. They linger softly, like a breath held too long, reminding you how thin the line can be between an ordinary day and something unthinkable. This is one of those moments. It unfolded without drama, without spectacle, and yet it has never fully let go of me. Years ago, I worked at a large industrial company, the kind of place filled with long hallways, humming machines, and the faint chemical scent that never quite left your clothes. The building felt solid and predictable, a place where routines ruled the day and nothing truly unexpected seemed likely to happen. People clocked in, did their jobs, shared tired jokes in the break room, and went home again. It was the kind of environment where time moved slowly and evenly, almost reassuring in its sameness. One afternoon, we were all gathered together for a company-wide meeting. The room was large and echoing, filled with rows of chairs and the low murmur of conversation. There was a strange tension in the air, subtle but noticeable, like the quiet just before a storm that no one wants to acknowledge. The company hadn't been doing particularly well financially, and everyone seemed to sense what was coming, even before a word was spoken. As we waited, I remember noticing one man a few rows away from me. He wasn't shouting or causing a scene, just muttering under his breath, his voice barely audible. He repeated the same uneasy thought again and again, worried that the announcement would involve job cuts. His tone wasn't angry, exactly. It was strained, tight with anxiety, the sound of someone gripping a thought too firmly. When the announcement finally came, it was delivered in calm, corporate language. Carefully chosen words, polite pauses, but the meaning was clear. There would be layoffs. A ripple moved through the room, not loud, not chaotic, just a collective sinking feeling, as if the air itself had grown heavier. The meeting ended quietly. People stood up, gathered their things, and began to leave. There was no shouting, no sudden movement, nothing that would have suggested what was about to happen next. It all felt subdued, almost eerily calm. Later, we learned that the man who had been muttering had gone straight to the parking lot afterward. Not in a rush, not visibly panicked, just walking with purpose, as though following a path he had already traced in his mind. What happened next was something most of us never witnessed, and I'm grateful for that. Security and local authorities were already moving, quietly and efficiently. They had been prepared. Someone, somewhere, had paid attention long before that day. They had noticed the warning signs, the subtle shifts in behavior, the unease that had gone unspoken. Because of that foresight, The situation was contained almost as soon as it began. No one inside the building heard anything unusual. No alarms blared. No panic swept through the halls. Most of us didn't even realize how close we had come to something far darker until much later, when the story surfaced in hushed conversations and careful explanations. In the days that followed, the workplace returned to its routine, but it felt changed. The hum of the machines sounded a little louder. The silences between conversations felt longer. There was an unspoken awareness now, a recognition that safety is often invisible and that prevention rarely announces itself. What stays with me isn't fear, exactly. It's the quiet gratitude. Gratitude for the people who noticed, for the systems that worked, for the calm, unseen actions that kept an ordinary day from becoming a tragic one. Even now, when I think back on that moment, it feels like standing at the edge of a shadow and realizing you never had to step inside it. Some stories aren't frightening because of what happened, but because of what almost did. And as the memory fades into the background, it gently gives way to another quiet tale, another soft moment where the darkness lingered just out of reach, waiting to be remembered in the next story.